Welcome to DAX Machina. Together, we'll explore the writings of D.A. Roberts along with other authors, with a particular emphasis on the horror genre. We'll discuss writing, the inspiration behind horror stories, as well as the possibility that monsters might not be safely locked away in the pages of fiction. Thank you for joining us.
Hello and good evening. Welcome to the 13th episode of DAX Machina. Joining us tonight is my partner in crime, Steve Wildman Monrotis, and Nick Valente from the North American Dogman Project. I want to thank Nick for joining us. He's been with us before, but we're always happy to have him back.
Thank you, sir.
Nick, just for those that may not have seen the last episode, why don't you go ahead and give us a little bit about yourself?
All right. Well, let's see. I'm the director of the NADP Region 3. Cryptozoologist, Fortean researcher for the past 22 some odd years. My forte is field investigations. I've been north, south, east, and west in the United States searching out cryptids. And as I tell everybody, my mantra is to prove or to disprove the existence of these cryptids. And so far, I've been able to prove, at least to myself, 3 of the cryptids are really not cryptids, but I don't want to disappoint anybody out there, and I'll just let them believe what they want to believe. But at least I've been able to see with my own 2 eyes 3 of the cryptids out there that are pretty popular, and have not been able to see a Sasquatch yet, even though I've been out to Colorado and Washington State, over the border into Canada. I've heard a lot of the log thumps, tree thumps that they do. I've seen their Sasquatch TPs. Have not been able to. Oh, I've heard some of the howling that they're supposed to be able to do. At least that's what the gentleman that was with me, who's a Sasquatch hunter, was telling me. That they're there, they're close, but they never came any closer. And of course, since I live in the state of New Jersey, I've been down to the Pine Barrens and after the Jersey Devil, and that's one of the other cryptids that I've proven to myself anyway is not really a cryptid, but something that actually exists in this world. But all in all, have a lot of fun in cryptozoology. Been doing a lot of studying, a lot of research. I've been through maybe 190 books at this point. It's been a great journey. It's a lot of fun.
Well, I appreciate you joining us. I know you've got a really extensive background. You have a degree in cryptozoology too, don't you?
Yeah, I have 2 of them actually, but I had to go out of the country to search out a college that would give them. And one of them is in Austria, and that took a good 6 months to complete.
Nice.
I always believe you have to. I mean, besides reading books on cryptozoology, I figure I might as well take the 2 different courses.
Exactly.
2 different places. And presently, I did pick up a bachelor's last year in zoology, and this year I'm working towards a master's, and that is hell. I'm going to tell you, I never thought it was so hard. Cryptozoology is easy compared to zoology. Absolutely easy.
Well, my hat's off to you, sir.
But as I tell everybody, you got to know real live animals first before you say, hey, that's a cryptid over there.
Well, Josh Jones has already piped it in saying hi, guys. Hi, Josh. And fellas, the tradition on DAX Machina is to have a drink every time we get a like. Well, boys, we're down 5.
Oh,
God.
We've got one from All Tower Media, Adam Shepard, Josh Jones, Roger Peacock, and Josh Brown. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all.
That's one.
I'm just taking a big one.
So I just gave you all a big gulp. That's what you get from me.
We got a good evening, gentlemen. It says Facebook user. You'll have to follow you'll have to go to StreamYard.com/Facebook if you want to log in so we can see your name. Otherwise, we'll just see Facebook user in your comment. Sean Bussard says, good evening, gentlemen. Sean, thank you for joining us again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're just joining in, if you're listening on YouTube or on Twitch, go ahead and hit that subscribe or like button for us, please. And hit the bell on YouTube so you'll be alerted whenever we have a new video coming up. And if you're listening through Facebook or one of the Facebook groups, if you'd give us a like, we'd sure appreciate it. Thank you all very much for tuning in. Steve, you doing okay tonight?
I'm doing great. How about you, DA?
I'm doing well. Why don't you show our audience your new shirt?
Oh,
Yeah. Check this out.
This came in today.
Those are available on my online store. I need to jump out of this over here and get the link for my online store and put it up.
You know, I couldn't be caught without my Steve's Pub and Grub shirt.
I'm going to post that link in the chat room. You guys can swing by there and get codename Wild Hunt shirts, Steve's Pub and Grub shirts, which is the one Steve's wearing. Also hoodies and other stuff available. And there's some for DA. There's shirts for DAX Machina as well. For those of you that are fans of the show and would like to have something along those lines, which we certainly appreciate it. I will put that on as a crawling banner as well.
I'm very impressed with it. Yeah, I've gotten, kind of the print to order T-shirts before, and in the past I haven't been terribly impressed with the quality, but the screen printing work on this is really nice. They've done an amazing job with it, and I think it's going to really last.
Yeah, I've got to get mine ordered in as well. I definitely want one of the DAX Machina shirts to wear on when we're on the air. Oh, and something else I've got. There's between us and Monday Night in America with Roger Noriega, the Nightmare Hunter with Roger Noriega, and the boys over at All Tower Media. We kind of do these goofy challenges back and forth. And at the moment, the last challenge that was issued was from Roger, which was for the number of likes on a show. Well, Roger had 27 likes, and we edged him out with 1. So we are the current holder of the Golden Rougarou Award. I may have to turn off my green screen so you can see him. I will turn off the green screen real quick.
Yeah, Remy the Rougarou, right?
Yeah, there we go. Remy the Rougarou.
Wow,
we call it the Golden Rougarou Award.
Whoa.
And as we issue new challenges, whoever wins the challenge, I will send that to them, unless Steve and I can manage to keep it here at home for a while. But he's rocking my mic stand at the very moment. So right at the moment, Remy the Rougarou is joining our podcast. Yeah, Josh says that's Remy.
Now, Remy was physically created by Matt Roper, wasn't he?
Yeah, Matt Roper made him. He ordered a werewolf figurine off of Amazon and then painted it gold, and it looks really cool.
It looks pretty neat.
Adam Shepard says, "Oh, that shirt came out nice." Adams is the one that designed the logo.
Oh,
so
that's awesome.
It looks amazing on a shirt.
Another shot for Adam there.
That color is vibrant. I mean, that just comes right out.
Oh, it's a beautiful shirt.
It does. It looks like an old medieval style.
Mm.
That's just awesome too. I love it.
Is that
see that hanging on one of those? I don't honestly remember what the. I think it is 80/20 if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
This was the. It's not the classic tee. This is like the high quality tee or whatever. But I got one of these. I got one the same fabric with the big 6-inch Wild Hunt logo, and I'm pretty excited about that one too. But I had to do the Pub and Grub tonight.
The next round of updates I do on the site, I want to make that actual logo bigger on those shirts. I like that. I thought it came out really good. It's good detailed, but I just want it to be bigger.
Yeah.
Teespring has some comfortable shirts. Well, I'm going to get mine ordered in. I haven't done it yet. I just keep forgetting to do it.
For just a second. I'm going to go grab my Wild Hunt one so y'all can see it.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah, that'd be good to see in real time. Hey, who did the background picture for you guys?
That was also done by Adam Shepard. Adam's quite the artist.
Adam, if you can hear me, you are quite the artist. That's fabulous. That is fantastic.
This is the picture without anything in front of it.
Mm.
I'll turn the banner off real quick.
Yeah, I like that. The open window. Hello, can I come in?
Yeah, here's the other one.
Oh, that does look pretty good on there.
Yeah, look at that.
And then on the back, it's got the D.A. Roberts logo on it.
Nice. Oh, we just got another like, fellas. Thomas Whitney, Dream himself.
Hey, Dream. But I like this one too. I figured Nick would really appreciate this one.
I like
His love
that
of the
one.
books.
That is something.
Now,
Look at
I
that.
want to get this when they make it available. I want to get the shirt in OD green,
Mhm.
the black logo.
Mm.
I will buy that tomorrow if it becomes available. But it's neat stuff. And to answer your question about the fabric, it is. Let's see. But they don't make this easy to read, I swear. I honestly don't know. Okay, we're going to embarrass ourselves and take off the glasses so we can actually read what this is. So small the trifocals won't read it. It is a 50 polyester, 25 cotton, 25 rayon, so it's kind of a stretchable material.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that.
But it'll hold it's very breathable. It feels like Under Armour almost.
Nice.
So. Yeah, they're decent quality. Actually, hoping for the next broadcast to have my DAX Machina shirt.
There we go.
That one took a little bit longer to print because the number of colors in it.
Well, you know, we'll have achieved something when we go to the mall and see somebody wearing one of those shirts.
I know if I see somebody at my mall or any place, actually, I'm going to go up to them. Hey, I know that guy.
Adam says, "Thanks, Nick. I try."
I've been.
And Thomas says, "Hey guys,
you know, I
just loved your baby pic." That was pretty funny. Let me see if I can find that. Because I had it on my phone. I know I posted it to my author page. Give me a second to find it, and I will share it with everybody. They've decided that this was Steve in his early days.
You know, Adam's logo, I picture hanging on one of those like wooden signs with a chain. You know, kind of like Marley and Scrooge's office, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly how I described it in the first book.
Yeah.
Adam was just, focusing perfectly on that. And I know I've got that. There it is. There it is. Good grief, how far down was that thing posted? This we've determined that this is Steve's baby photo. Because he
I
think that was posted by my high school graduation, actually.
It's like this baby looks like he's ready to pour you a pint at his pub. Just needs a little driver cap on.
Look at the cheeks on this kid. Damn.
Yeah, it's too funny.
Oh my god.
Well, it's not new, but I spotted something that I wanted to bring on and share. And this is a YouTube video. I'm going to bring it up and share the screen. There's no audio for it. But it's allegedly of a Sasquatch taken near Mount St. Helens. This was in August of last year. I want to share the video, and Nick is our resident cryptid expert, so I want to get his opinion on it. I think the video looks pretty legit, but again, who knows? We don't know for sure since none of us were there. But it could be legit. It could be, what is that flashing? No, it's because it's paused. There we go.
Those are definitely boulders.
Those are definitely boulders, yes. Appreciate that expert opinion on the geology there, sir.
Sasquatch is kicking down.
Yeah, Nick's other degree is also in geology. Oh, there it is.
There he is, running away.
You can only get a couple of glimpses of it once it goes into the trees. But I'm going to go back and try to get that right to where you kind of get a good broadside look of it. I think it's farther back. There, right there. If I can freeze it in the right spot. What do you think? Do the proportions look human-like, or?
The proportions to me look human-like. It actually reminds me of the movie Staying Alive, where John Travolta is strutting away at the end of the movie. He's actually strutting at the end. He's just like taking off. I think that's a human.
I think they got hoaxed.
I think they got hoaxed. Yeah, because if you
look
back it up
almost
a little
like
bit,
a
Well,
human with
the thing that made
backpack
me
on.
think about it is, let me get right back to it.
he has a wide stride, but
It is a wide stride, but if you look at the proportions of the arms to the legs,
right.
and then look at where the down between the legs, it almost looks like a baggy suit, like it's hanging low in the crotch.
Yeah, and mostly from the reports I've read, Sasquatch is lean and mean. He doesn't eat candy bars and carbohydrates, and
Well, also when the Patterson Gimlin footage, when that Sasquatch was walking, it brought its feet up where you could see the entire bottom.
right.
This does not. It walks like a person.
Yeah. Well, if you let him go completely, you'll see that it just looks like he's walking like a regular guy.
Okay.
Yeah, see right there.
Yeah.
It looks more
I
like
think-
DA responding to a security concern in the hospital.
Yeah, the Patterson Gimli one, to me, I was like 85% sure that was a Sasquatch. There was a Russian scientist who looked at that film and gave it his thumbs up totally years ago. I mean, he had studied it for, I guess, a couple of years, and it was like definitely nothing he's ever seen human-wise. Yeah, look at this guy.
It just walks like a guy.
Mm-hmm. Yep, he's strutting. That's what he's doing.
Tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man. No time to talk.
Look at those lady squatches out there.
That's
that one's,
kind of how I was leaning after watching it a few times, but I wanted to get you guys' opinion on it, what you guys thought.
That one's strutting around looking for Thomas.
Yeah, definitely.
He's all down there like,
There he is in close up.
They got one going around now where the forest ranger's out there and he's calling him, "Hey, Bigfoot," and then Bigfoot turns around and goes, "Hey, little weenie," you know. And the forest ranger, he's
well, we posted the picture of Sasquatch with the rose in his mouth, and look who showed up.
not
Speaking of
the
little weenies, no, I'm teasing.
Hey
Like
guys, how's it
leaning out of the
going?
dark. Doing good. How are you doing, man?
Good. I'm about to drive home, so I had to put you on the wireless,
Okay.
not wireless, hands free.
He looks like one of the pictures that the people take of Sasquatch often enough. Because, blurry.
Oh, there he is.
Slightly out of focus.
Put it underneath your chin, the flashlight.
Oh Lord,
That would work.
right?
Hey, Drew, while you're trying to get in focus, there you are.
Well, I can't drive like that though. That's the
Oh
problem.
yeah.
Right.
I was telling the guys I went to that real authentic Mexican restaurant last week.
Oh yeah. How are the fajitas?
Oh man, it was a 0.
No.
Oh, it was horrible.
It looked good, but
It looked
disappointingly.
fantastic. They put out all the food like they had on the menu, in the photos, except maybe 1/3 the size. Everything on the menu was full sized, but when I ordered it, it was like little tiny cups.
Oh man.
It was a big disappointment. I was just really into having some good Mexican food, and I guess I was not about to have it then. Man, I'll have to wait. We'll come down to Louisiana, and you'll make us some Vietnamese Mexican food.
Yes. You got it, man.
I'm game.
At least we know it'll be good.
The stuff you post on your Facebook page starves me to death. Every time you post a picture, I'm like, God, I want that.
Oh yeah.
I don't even like that kind of stuff. I'm like fish or stuff like that. I don't eat fish, but you post any picture, and I'm like, ooh, I gotta try that.
Man, when we get going, we're gonna start some premium po' boys.
Oh, I love a good
And
po'
you
boy.
guys are
That's
gonna, it's a Vietnamese po' boy, so it's a banh mi. but we're doing it with one's like shaken beef, which is like prime cuts of inside round, cubed up. It's served like a medium rare with sautéed onions and like pickled carrots and cucumbers, and it's freaking
good.
delicious, man.
It sounds good.
Yeah,
making me hungry.
You guys got to stop talking about food at this time of night. Do you realize where I am? It's 10:20 at night, and I am starving now. Oh my god!
I have no sympathy. It may be 9:20 for me, but I've been going since about 6 a.m.
My lord!
I don't think you ever sleep, do you, Dream?
Rarely.
Rarely.
I get a couple hours a night. It's about right.
That's why he's called Dream. He dreams.
That's rough.
Yeah. So my
He
wife
dreams
is
of getting a
"Oh,
good night's sleep.
Yeah, she wants to open up more restaurants, and I'm like, okay, it's nice for you because you do the HR and the scheduling and the paperwork. I'm over there breaking my back doing my thing. So
exactly. Steve Bussard says, SOB, be careful. Just got a big bid on a 12 by 10 deck. Wait for it. 6,800. Taking a walk and settling down. Evening. Well, you be careful too, man.
Oh, hell.
And Josh is talking about the video. It's likely fake. Adam and hear audio cues. Adam and I. Roger says the walk seems to be human to me.
Yep.
I agree. Adam says, I've actually pulled the audio on this and you can hear them whisper okay or go right before he walks into the clearing. Then they leave the open call and you can hear the guy in the suit struggling through the weeds.
I was wondering why he just happened to walk across the only clearing in that entire mountain.
Exactly.
But,
yeah, I thought when I first watched it, the first time I watched it, of course I want it to be legit. The first time I watched it, I'm like, ooh, okay, this is cool. And then I started backing it up and then stopped it in places like that. And I'm like, that looks like a guy. It doesn't move like an animal. It moves like a guy. Adam Jones says, take any fresh veggies you have and types of meat and cut them up and roll them into foil. Put them in an open fire for about 30 to 45 minutes. And use whatever spices you want. Never tastes the same. Never bad. I do that a lot. I love to cook foil packs. I cook what I call Irish nachos in a foil pack. I will dice up potatoes, raw potatoes, and they're in small pieces. Then I'll add peppers and onions and just whatever I've got on hand,
amounts of Bushmill too.
Yeah. No. Then I'll throw a little butter in with it. Then I'll put all my seasonings in it. Then I'll put a bunch of shredded cheese and I'll seal it up and throw it in the edge of the grill, and just let all that cook. And you open it up and it's like nachos but on potatoes, and so good.
Dude, one of my coworkers who's Irish told me he loves to eat Irish guacamole.
The hell is that?
Like,
mashed potatoes?
There's mashed potatoes. I was like, oh my god, I hate you.
Irish guacamole. Yeah, there we go. I'm down with that. I don't like guacamole. I'm not a big fan of avocado.
When you said Irish guacamole, I was thinking it's gonna be like Cold Cannon or something,
Hey,
potted meat.
Tell the guy next time you see him. Tell him, listen. I went and I had an Irish 6-course meal. A 7-course meal actually. A potato and a 6-pack.
I posted.
I got him with the dark one. I got him with one of the very, very dark jokes. I don't know if y'all are ready for this one, but it's kind of derogatory towards Irish people, so I try not to say it too many times.
Well, we don't get offended easily, so go ahead.
All right. Well, how many potatoes does it take to kill an Irishman?
How many?
0.
The potato famine. I got you.
It took a minute. Oh, Lord.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
It is horrible.
Oh.
It is disgusting and horrible, and I apologize to anybody out there that might have gotten offended. But
I'm Scotch Irish, and I'm not offended. I think it's funny.
I think it's great.
I had to fire
and
back
Roger
somehow.
Peacock thought it was funny, so there we go. If Roger thinks it's funny, we're all good.
All right.
He's our meter stick for humor here.
That's right. If we don't freak Roger out, we're okay.
Oh, man. Well, if he's stuck with me through the bearskin rug, then he's not freaked out easily.
Apparently not.
I love it.
Oh, man. It's good to see you again, Nick. How you been?
Oh, pretty damn good. Really good. I was just telling the boys I've been looking for a vehicle, and I took this real long ride to find this one H2 Hummer that I thought was perfect. Because when we go down to LBL, I wanted to arrive in style.
Nice.
And I might or might not get it. I'm still mulling it over.
Well, DA told me that Bigfoot likes Hummers, and I think we were miscommunicating a little bit.
Yeah. wrong type of vehicle there.
Yeah.
Their dream.
I didn't know he was talking about vehicles. That's the problem.
He's hot tonight. That's 2 for 2.
Well, anytime I know you go out in the field a lot, Nick. So every time I see you, I'm just super thankful and super happy you're safe.
Believe me, we
Nick,
take precautions. We do.
I bet you've had some close calls over the years.
With real animals, some close calls. Yeah, with real ones, it's like, my God, it's nothing you want to have to see coming at you is a freaking giant brown bear, and they can really move. Not something you want to have come at you at all. I mean, hell, when I was up in a tree stand with my buddy, did I lose you guys?
No, I hear you.
As I was telling you guys a few weeks back, and I was up in a tree stand with a buddy of mine, and a black bear came crawling up, and we shot him with the pepper spray. I mean, when the brown bear came at us, and I was in Washington State as a backup for my buddy who was hunting bear, I mean, this thing was moving like a freight train.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, my God, he didn't even see it. And I'm not a hunter. I mean, I don't hunt animals per se, but I had to put it down, and he claimed it on his license that he shot it. But my God, this thing was just ginormous. When you look at the paws on these things, they're like this. I mean, there you go. It is unreal when you look at that in real life and you say, my God, this actually exists.
Yeah.
And you can imagine why one swipe will take you out. Like,
that's bigger than most dinner plates.
Yeah.
And look at the claws on that thing.
I mean, those are, Jesus, that's like 3-inch claws for crying out loud.
Rip your head clean off.
Now, mind you, the bear in that picture is asleep, and she's just...
Yeah, it was trained.
Here, look, everybody.
I think that was taken by the Alaska fisheries or animal and fisheries or something like that. They were tagging the bear.
Oh, God. Tag the bear, tag him and get out quick.
No kidding. You don't want to be there when he wakes up groggy, looking for somebody to blame for why he's groggy.
Look like
and you never know how long that sedative is going to last.
That's exactly the truth.
You're kind of guessing based off of what you think he might weigh.
Right.
And, you never know if that shot was filled all the way up.
or whether he's been hit a few times before and starting to build up a tolerance.
Something they found out that they need to take into consideration. They have to somehow guesstimate the age of the bear, because if he's hitting his prime, or he's a little bit younger, like in his teen years, that stuff might go right through his body really quick.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of knocking him out for 10 minutes, he's out for like 4 minutes, which is not a good thing. And you had one forest person who shot the bear with that, and they were in there doing the tagging, and the bear came awake. And everybody
that's a bad day right there.
That was a bad day, is right. Oh.
Well, you have the rest of your life to figure it out.
Yeah, the next a few extra seconds.
Yeah, you don't have to outrun the bear, just the person you're with.
Yep.
And I always wonder why I go to the track and field place down the road here, and I do 100-yard sprints all the time. Jeez.
Practicing to outrun the bear or just die tired?
No. When I'm with other people.
Oh, okay.
I can outrun them.
I don't figure I can outrun them, but I can kneecap them.
Yeah.
You get Thor's hammer and whack him one.
That's right.
Right.
Crack.
That's why you always go hunting with the slow guy.
Absolutely.
Dream, you want to go hunting with us?
No, his wife will get mad if he brings home another animal that's in love with him.
Can I keep it? Can I keep it? It followed me home. I can see him now.
Love it.
I'm going through some spotty area with as far as like Wi-Fi is going. Or
No
internet's
problem.
I
going.
got you.
So if we lose you, we'll keep listening for you to come back. We're just happy you joined us, man.
All
Thanks for
right.
coming on.
Yeah, it's fun.
I was trying to, man. I miss you guys. You guys are
Definitely,
my
we miss
drinking
you.
buddies.
Yeah, you're the comedy man. When you bring it in, the show's gold.
Oh man.
You're also the man with the perfect eyeballs, because you're the one that spotted the
Oh
eye.
yeah.
Oh, did you show Dream the size?
No, I did not. Hey, I just got this today from Adam and Josh. Adam went back down to Joe Bald today with a friend of his, and he didn't tell his buddy why they were going down there. And I guess his buddy got freaked out and wanted to get the hell out of there when he found out why. But he said that it was just totally different today. It wasn't quiet. Last time he was down there, it was just kind of eerie, quiet, and spooky. He said there were animals making noise, which makes me think that if there's something down there, it moves through there periodically or seasonally. But they found the exact tree and had his buddy stand next to the tree for reference. You can see him there in the middle. And the red mark is about where the head was at on the video.
Can you imagine that? Oh, God.
That's a big rascal.
That is big. Now, mind you, Dream, that guy is standing in a puddle of Steve's pee.
By now, surely it's dried. Year and a
He
half
looked
later.
down and he goes, "Oh, it's wet over here."
It stinks, dude.
Went hunting with Vern Troyer in my urine pile.
So we've got a pretty good frame of reference, and we know the exact tree now. Compared it with the one in the video, and yeah, that's a big rascal.
It looked like there was a claw over there holding a ruler, and they're wondering, "Oh, that guy that was just here." That's why they didn't attack, you know.
Well, we've got that is what they had picking out sticking up behind that tree, and of course that is the same tree that it was leaning out from behind, and how much smaller that would be about head level on that thing. So that's a big rascal. As Doc would put it, that's a big critter.
Yeah, a big critter.
Which species of critter would it have been?
Yeah, which subspecies of critter?
Oh man, that
I will
guy's funny
get
too.
those here shortly. I don't have them uploaded at the moment, so we'll get those here in a little bit. Let's see. I was gonna completely lost my train of thought on something else there.
I sent him a friend request and he hasn't gotten back to me, so we'll see what happens.
I'll get after him. What are you doing, man?
It's all good. I know he's a busy man. He's traveling all the time doing his thing.
Well, tomorrow is Mother's Day, and so if you haven't bought your mother some flowers, today is probably a good day to get on it. Mother's Day being Sunday, for my wife, I bought her a new recliner for for her birthday, which was on the 2nd, and I bought it in plenty of lead time, and when it shipped, I guess FedEx forgot about it, and it finally got here today. So I told her it was her Mother's Day / birthday present.
Oh man!
But then I went and got her some flowers. So
There you go.
Well, I
But
bought
it's
my
a
wife
pretty
some
nice
perfume, and then she goes and tells me for Mother's Day she wants cold hard cash. So I was like, okay, you got it. So she's got a bottle of perfume and she's getting some cash on top of it because I ain't returning that shit. It took too long to get it.
Yeah, there you go.
Because the perfume she likes is discontinued. So I had to order it, and it was not pleasant. It was not a pleasant experience.
Dream,
But
if you wait long enough, we could send you something that DA and I are working on. If Steve's willing to donate, we got this sent.
We're gonna make a killing creating a whole line of Dogman scent lures using Steve's pee.
Oh my god!
Because it did seem to draw him in last time.
Seriously, you know what? Just have him fill a couple jars whenever you go out.
Well, Nick had the great
There you go.
idea of putting water in a jar, like a little bottle. It looks like a little whiskey bottle.
Food
And-
coloring.
Yeah, water and food coloring, and then just put a few drops because all you need is enough for the scent.
Yep.
Can you imagine that?
Wrong
From
with you
Literally,
boys?
no, I just see him.
Steve, do you have a castor gland by any chance?
No, he's gonna take that little bottle and start shaking it around. Be like, the power of Christ compels you.
Ooh.
No, we just buy 4 or 5 bottles of Bushmills Black, and Steve will fill as many bottles as we want.
A bottle for a bottle.
Yeah.
Just keep giving him some Guinness.
Oh Lord! After he gets done chewing the Guinness,
Ooh, put me and Steve out by the barbecue grill with a couple of cases of Guinness, and he'll fill those bottles. I can assure you.
dude, my buddy
Destroyed
bought
those.
one of those little mini kegs of Guinness, and I
Oh,
was
yeah?
like, "What the hell?" Yeah, and he was like, "Well, I'm slow roasting some stuff. I'm barbecuing, so I'm gonna be out here at least 8 hours." I was like, "All right, well, you do you, man."
That's funny.
A pony
Talking
keg
about
of
those little
Guinness.
20, little ponies.
Yeah.
I think we'd have burned through a pony keg.
I
Jeez.
think we probably could have.
Yeah, that day, the way those were pouring down, they went down so smooth. It was so hot outside. Oh man, we would have destroyed a pony keg of Guinness. Of course, we might have stumbled back. We did stumble back to the house.
We did stumble back.
And we might have had to lean on each
That
other.
hill
to
was
stumble.
problematic.
Yes, it was. I didn't remember it being that steep on the way down.
Trying to move the car was the.
Oh.
All right, guys.
Not our
I am actually
brightest
gonna
move.
get back in with the wife now. I just
Okay.
made it
All right,
home,
Tom. See you
so
later,
I will
bud.
talk to you guys next week.
Good
If
to
I
see
can
you
make it
again.
back, I'll try. But
All right. Well, if
I
not,
gotta
you have a
get
great night,
inside now.
Bubba.
It's Mother's Day.
Be safe.
Later,
Did
brother.
you bring
You
her
too, man.
flowers?
Peace out.
Later, man.
Oh no way. All right, bye.
I love that guy.
He is great, man.
You know,
I'm
if we're
just
going to turn the Buick into that intercept vehicle, we need to find a place to put the Guinness tap.
That's right.
I'm just
Well-
wondering what to bring for when we're around the campfire in LBL, DA. You know, telling stories at night.
Just need some good. Bushmills is appropriate for so many occasions.
That'll be appropriate.
Oh, absolutely.
I have to bring plenty of stuff there because
Canteen cups.
we're gonna spend plenty of hours over there in LBL around the campfire. And
Nice.
see if anything comes out that wants to join us. I mean, seriously,
That would be pretty slick.
that would be excellent. I mean, with the group that I've assembled, it should be be a fantastic time. I mean, hearing all the stories and everything.
Well,
Well,
you
you
mentioned DA. They were
met,
just talking about. Go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to ask DA. I mean, he remembers he met Greg Yost on
Mhm.
that one. So just Greg alone.
Yeah,
Forget about
just listen to him tell stories is going to be awesome.
God.
God.
Ugh.
Now, be careful, Dia, though. He was just talking about his plan was to outrun the slow guy in the group.
That would
If
be
you're,
me.
Turbans, she might be the human sacrifice, my friend.
Well, I won't go down without a fight.
Oh, you're talking about him? No
Yeah.
way. I have one arm over my shoulder because I can't let him stop, writing. I mean, forget about it. Too many people are doing that.
So,
That's
so
funny, I'm
I'm going
serious.
to have bodyguards apparently.
Oh my God, he is definitely going to. If we have a group, we're going to do a diamond formation. I'm going to be at the top of the group. We got a ranger from the 78th. He's going to be in the back. We got two PJs on each side. You're in the center.
That's
We're
funny.
in the center of the group. We're not letting
Gentlemen, your goal is to protect the writer.
Gonna
That's
have
right.
pocket doc in the glove box of that Hummer. Pop it open, and Carrie comes out.
I can see that.
Yeah, they got a special spot in that Hummer too that I can actually put the Bushmill so it'll be safe.
Nice. Well, if
There you
I'm
go.
around, it's never safe.
I have to put you in the two back seats because it's Actually has 3 rows, the front, middle, and the back. I mean,
Nice.
I couldn't believe this thing. Oof. It's a beast on gas, though. I'm going to have to put some cold air induction into it, maybe pull another 3, 4, or 5 miles to the gallon out of it.
Definitely.
I'll work on it before we go there. Put in synthetic oil and check all the fluids. I mean, I did check everything. I was underneath this damn thing today. It was raining down where I am, and I was underneath it checking. I mean, it was wonderful condition. Tires were good. I couldn't believe it. I was wondering why the guy traded it in.
Nice. So you're going to get it?
I am seriously thinking about it, yeah.
Well, definitely post pictures.
I actually got the guy to come down a little bit in the price, too. So.
Nice. That's even better.
But then good old friggin' state of New Jersey went and slammed me with another, I think, $1,100 in tax.
Ouch.
Yeah. You buy a vehicle here, man, I'm telling you. you're paying for part of it right there.
That's no bueno.
I just got a new car about a month ago, and you pay the sales tax when you tag it here in Missouri, and I dropped $1,600. Yeah,
Ouch.
Because it was a $25,000 car. It was a brand new car.
Oh yeah.
But
wow.
Damn, that takes a bite out of you, though.
Oh, the government's got it. You never really own anything. You got to pay the toll.
Mm.
Even if it's paid off, you still got to pay the taxes on it, or it's not really yours anymore.
That's another thing. Easy Pass must know I'm going to be doing a 4 or 5 state tour because they sent me a little notice. Back up your Easy Pass now before you go on a trip. I said, who are people? Holy sugar! They must be following Facebook or something.
They're stalking you.
Damn.
Stalking your Alexa.
They know everything.
Oh yeah, don't talk with her. She's nasty. She listens in on everything you say.
Yep, we have an Apple HomePod that does the same thing. Yep, Siri has found out all of our dark secrets.
Damn. I mean, the other day she just started chattering away. I said to her, "Are we married?" She goes, "Not yet." I'm like, "What? Whoa!"
Well, Steve, you're going to start getting all kinds of ads for scent lures now that we've been talking about it.
My search history just got interesting. It's funny, just how this targeted advertising comes up. We've noticed that we talk about something in front of the HomePod. All of a sudden on our Facebook streams, we'll get ads for things we've been talking about. And then you made your joke about asking Alexa if you were married. I just got this new Buick. It's got the smart driver thing built into it, so it gives me a constant report card about my driving. Oh. And when I don't drive well, it criticizes me. And I was like, well, that's kind of harsh because I don't need that. I've already got a wife. But
I refer to my wife as the onboard navigation system.
Onboard navigation.
You're gonna have to build that into one of the books, I tell you. Dear, I put you in the book.
She'll just roll her eyes. I can hear it now. I don't even have to see her to know. She just rolls her eyes at me.
Steve, did you switch from Bushmills to coffee? What's going on?
I've got a couple things going on here. I've got some Black Rifle coffee, and then I'm drinking a South Boston. So I'm kind of bouncing between them.
Roger Peacock says that's right. DA has to keep writing, and Cheryl Jones says mine does that too. Oh, we're up another like from Joseph Cotilli, and of course we had one from Dream as well. So Joseph, thank you, sir. He's another author as well. Has done some stuff for JEA. Good, talented author. You guys should check him out.
Hey, that's what I meant to ask you in reference to your writing. Did you write a book in conjunction with another author at one time?
Yeah, Kat and I did a book together, Kat Dahman. The book's called Cold Hunger. It's about a Wendigo.
Oh, God. Where is that? Is Amazon have that?
Yeah, Amazon has it.
I definitely want that. I'm going to write this down. I got to get that. Cold Hunger. Mm.
It's kind of a post-apocalyptic story. It's set after It's kind of based loosely on the story of the Donner Party, but it's set in a post-apocalyptic time. Civilization has fallen, and it's a group of survivors trying to make their way to another group, and they encounter a Wendigo.
Oh, nice. Well, at least if I run out, you know what? My admin, one of my admins over there, she doesn't know about that book.
Duffy?
I'll have to send Duffy a little Facebook message. She will be thrilled.
That's awesome. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the Ragnarok books.
Oh, yeah. I never thought I would. Because like I said, I'm not a zombie person. I mean, shoot them in the head and they go away. But damn, these things are just not going away.
That's pretty high praise when you get somebody that doesn't like zombies that likes the books. I appreciate that, man. Thank you.
Truthfully, I mean, it is so well written. You can't ignore that. I mean, you just can't ignore it. The characters keep you there, and of course the zombies keep up the interest too.
Well, that story
we have the 6 different types, of zombies.
Well, next year is the 10th anniversary of the release of the first Ragnarok book. So I've been at this 10 years now, and we're going to try to do a special edition, hardback edition of the Ragnarok books for the 10-year anniversary.
Well, I know I'm bringing some of my hard copies with me so I can get them signed.
Yeah, I'll be happy to do it, man.
Oh, man. I will be the envy of my crowd anyway. Truthfully. Really, Steve, you wouldn't believe. We have in the NADP Region 3, we also have a secret group that nobody knows about and nobody can get into it. Totally ultra private. And it's the admins and moderators where we get to plan things, plan occasions, talk about things and, what's going on and in there. And that was the big rage for at least the last 3 weeks, the different books and this, that, and the other. But when I come up and tell them, hey, I discovered another one, they'll be thrilled. So
that's awesome.
And I'm gonna grab one tonight on my. See, I have my Kindle right here, which I was reading, until you guys came on, and passing the time.
I always get my books on Kindle just because I've run out of shelf space. I've got the shelf behind me, and I've got another one to my right that's identical, and they're both bursting at the seams. But I have gotten a couple of hard copies of DA stuff, some of his books, and I always make sure to get them signed.
If you get the print edition of all of the Ragnarok books, all 10 of them, it has a picture across all 10 spines. So when the books are all together, it has a picture.
You know who just text messaged me here is Josh Turner from Paranormal Roundtable. He wants to talk. And I'm like, no, I can't talk right now.
Invite him on the show. I'll send him a link. He's more than welcome to join us. Cheryl Jones says, I'm going camping on the Niangua in August, and am I likely to see a creature? Well, I've heard some pretty creepy stuff in the woods along the Niangua. I grew up deer hunting that area, and that's where some of the stories I heard that originally made me fascinated with the Bigfoot stories. There's been a number of sightings in that area. So depending on where you're camping at, where are you camping? Are you camping up near Mountain Creek, or are you going to be like up at Ho-Hum Campground or some of the campgrounds on the other end? But Mountain Creek's way farther down toward the lake. And Ho-Hum and Corkery and some of those others are up and the other end near Bennett Springs. So it all depends on where you're at, what you might see. There is a place north of Bennett Springs called Moon Valley. It's a little hard to find, but it's she says she's gonna be camping at One-Eyed Willie's. Yeah, that's some pretty woolly woods around there. You might hear or see something. But Moon Valley is a place that my friends and I used to go camping, and there's some creepy stuff in that valley. It's a beautiful place, but it's kind of creepy.
It's beautiful country.
Yes, it is. We should take off and go up there to Moon Valley sometime. Get some pictures and hang out. It's beautiful up there.
Oh yeah, I haven't been camping in forever.
Me either.
And bring empty gallons of milk containers for Steve.
So no attractant.
You don't want to put yourself at risk.
You have to go pee in the river, Steve.
Oh my God! I mean, that wasn't as big as the 15-footer Sasquatch that we almost ran into, but damn, that was the one. That picture you showed. Jeez, that. Whew. And he was right there, huh?
Well, it's not the smartest thing I've done in my life. It just shows that angels protect the foolish.
I would love to know who Facebook user is, but Moon Valley, visit for day, get the hell out before dark. I've camped down there a bunch of times. There used to be a canoe rental and campground place there years ago. This was back in the mid to late 80s, and camped down there a number of times. And if you get to the low water bridge there at Moon Valley and follow it down about a half mile down is a large bluff on the right hand side of the river, on the same side as Moon Valley. And there are caves in that bluff, and we couldn't get to them. We tried because we would have had to have basically scaled the cliff. So we didn't have any climbing equipment, so we didn't get to them. But there are a lot of caves in that bluff, so God knows what's in it. But a lot of we found arrowheads down there in Moon Valley too. But you're right. Once Moon Valley gets dark, it tends to get pretty creepy.
That's in Missouri, there, DA.
Yeah, Moon Valley. It's on the Niagara River above Bennett Springs.
How far away from your place?
45 minutes.
I always have climbing gear inside my vehicle, so yeah, want to rappel down there, that's not a problem.
It says Hair General DA. It's Josh. Why is Josh showing up as Facebook user? That's odd. Usually it gives us his name.
Yeah. Did he sign on as a guest?
Maybe.
Or Facebook updated something and messed it up.
Could be. Josh, if you want to join us, just let me know. You're more than welcome. Well, I did have something in mind earlier, but we kind of got sidetracked talking about the pictures. I was going to ask you, Nick. I know you're the Dogman guy, but what's your favorite werewolf movie or Dogman movie?
Oh, easy one. Well, I got both. I have two of them. Lon Chaney, the Wolfman.
Great movie.
That's what, 1941 or 42 or something.
Mm-hmm.
And the Dog Soldiers, that British one that they put out.
Oh, that's a great movie.
Oh my God, that was fantastic.
I hear they're making a sequel to that.
I thought there was a part 2 that already came out, but I can't find it.
I heard that it's supposedly in the works. They finally got greenlit to do it.
There's another one.
Dog Soldiers.
There's another one they
You haven't
did.
seen it? You haven't seen it, Steve?
No, I have not.
Yeah, you can watch it for free on YouTube.
Yeah.
I've seen it on there. It is a good movie. It's really well done. And the guy that plays Alfred on Gotham, that actor, he's in it. He's one of the main. He's one of the main characters.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. His father.
There we go, Josh.
Was John Pertwee, the third Doctor Who.
Oh, that's cool. I did not know that.
Yeah, the one that had all the frills in the shirt and the white curly hair. Yeah, that's John's father.
I did not know that. That's really cool. He's a great actor.
Oh, wonderful actor. Well, he's my favorite Alfred, honestly. I think he's a badass.
Yeah, he's a more dangerous Alfred than we've ever seen before.
Yeah.
Hey, there was a Japanese Dogman movie. I don't remember the title of it, and I could never find the whole movie, but they showed clips of it on YouTube here and there. And the dogmen in this movie were like, God, 18 feet tall.
Good God, that's a big dog.
God.
I mean, it was unbelievable. And there was a lot of them. And they were tearing apart the city and everything. And one scene, it comes into a department store, second floor or something, and it goes up to the mannequins. And it's, puts its nose on them. And it puts its nose against this one Japanese girl, and then it moves on. And I guess it didn't recognize her. And it's going out the door, and she decides to take a picture of it with her camera. And then it goes after her. It's like, oh, shit.
I think I would have just sat very, very still.
Yeah, go away, doggy.
Yeah.
Don't sniff this. No, I don't have any Steve's lore on me.
Steve,
We
if
got
you haven't seen Dogman, you really need to see it. That's
Yeah.
a
Need to
great
check that
movie.
out.
Well, do you have any favorite werewolf or Dogman movie?
I hadn't watched a lot of them, but I really enjoy the remake of The Wolfman,
Mm-hmm.
with Anthony
Benicio del
Hopkins.
Toro.
Yeah, and what got me watching the thing is you and I both know I'm a big Jonathan Mabry fan, and Jonathan wrote the novelization for the film,
That's
and
really
so I
cool.
read it. I'm like, that's pretty neat. I gotta see this, and so I watched it on Amazon Prime or something, and I really enjoyed how they portrayed the wolves. I always pictured werewolves as being more like Lon Chaney, where it's very man like,
Mhm.
with just the hairy face, American Werewolf in London kind of stuff,
Yeah.
and then having the more the candid type dogman body, I thought was
Mhm.
pretty cool, with the paw feet.
Yeah. I watched a Dogman movie here recently on Amazon Prime, and it's called Dogman. Um, I knew going into it when the biggest name actor in it was the guy that played the brother-in-law, according to Jim. I knew it wasn't going to be high quality. He was the second, but he played Andy on According to Jim, second banana to Jim Belushi. So I knew when a sitcom actor, a bit part sitcom actor was the main character, I wasn't expecting a lot. And it was pretty goofy, but I enjoyed it. I mean, there's a sequel to it called Dogman 2, like Revenge of the Puppies or something like that. And I'm going to watch that too, just to be completist.
That was the
But,
one where they were in the town.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. I didn't see that movie, but it's on Prime.
It's a little cheesy. The acting's kind of, but it was enjoyable. I enjoyed watching. I laughed at it in quite a few places. Probably wasn't intended to, but it was a little schlocky. But I enjoyed it. But I think my favorite werewolf movie is probably the first Howling.
Oh.
I mean, even more so than American Werewolf in London. Most people go, you say werewolf, they're like, oh, American Werewolf in London. I did enjoy American Werewolf, and I quote that movie quite a bit. But I think the first Howling was the big one, because I think that may have been the first big werewolf movie I saw, besides like Frankenstein Meets the Werewolf or something like that, the old black and whites.
Hmm.
I remember Jack Nicholson's film Wolf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a good one.
And he's standing in the bathroom and he turns and peed on, was that James Spader?
Yeah, there you go.
It's like Steve and a Dog Man.
But Steve, you'd really enjoy the Dogman Soldiers, though. That one, it was a very enjoyable. I think I watched it like 3 times. It was a lot of fun.
I've watched it. Yeah.
I've seen quite a few good werewolf movies, and I've seen some really, really bad ones. And even the bad ones are enjoyable just for the schlockiness. I've seen a few that I didn't care for at all. I would like to find that Japanese one that Nick was talking about, just to watch it and see how bad it is. Because even when the special effects are horrible, you at least get a good chuckle out of them. Especially when everybody's on screen going, ah! And it's like you could see it's being moved by a puppeteer. And
The effects in this one were really on point. On point. I mean, you couldn't even tell.
That would be awesome. I'd love to see that.
Fantastic. I got to find the name. I think Duffy remembers the name. I had posted it originally, and then when Facebook decided I was being bad for something and wiped me out, they wipe everything out then. So I think it got wiped out. But I could probably ask her. She knows which one it is. But that was something.
If you find the name of it, I'd like to hunt it down and watch it.
Yeah, I'll definitely send it to you. Let me see. Is she awake yet? She's California time, so she's 3 hours behind me.
It's only 6 p.m. there. No, 7 p.m.
Yeah, so she'll still be awake. She used to go to sleep to your books.
Oh, that's awesome.
She'd be in the couch. Book number 7, yay! Yeah, she's reading. But she'd be doing a binge read of 8 hours without stopping.
That's hilarious. She read all of the Ragnarok books in like 5 days.
Yeah, she just blew through everything. But like I said, she doesn't know about this other one here that you co-authored. So
got a scoop on her.
That's right.
Good one. I like it.
I got it. I was flaunting that I knew about the next Wild Hunt book, and she didn't know about it at the time. I got it, but I think she got it 10 minutes later.
Nice.
We got a competition there going.
Well, I'm going to be building a newsletter through my website, and I want to get everybody to once I've got it ready, get everybody to sign up, because then I'll be able to just send out an email to let everybody know when the new books are released. Because Amazon doesn't really do that. They used to be spot on. You released a book, you went out in the next batch of emails they sent, but now 2-3 weeks later they still haven't sent out the newest Wild Hunt.
Goodreads doesn't even do that. They don't even say anything. They'll tell you, well, the next thing you could read, but it may not be your next book.
Right. So if I build an email list and set up the newsletter, I can let everybody know exactly when the books are going to be released. I can give everybody updates, and we won't actually build a complete newsletter. I'm probably going to have Robert Miller. He's probably going to be doing something kind of like Mail Call that Arlie Ermy did. Only we're thinking about calling it like Gunny's Gear or Gunny's Guns, and where he reviews different gears and products. That'll be in there. Thought about hitting Steve up to help, because it's only going to be like a monthly newsletter. That way I don't have to spend a lot of time fleshing out the entire newsletter. Get something from the menu board at a Steve's Pub and Grub. The latest rumors that have come through the Pub and Grub.
Please
that
stop.
Kind of thing.
Don't talk about any more food.
I want to go to Steve's Pub and Grub and get that big shepherd's pie.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, when I had the shepherd's pie at Downing Street, that's kind of how I pictured it to be.
Mm-hmm. So good.
Oh man, I made a shepherd's pie after I was at this one restaurant a couple years back, and I do it every once in a while, but it's involved. I mean, you got to do the mashed potatoes up just so, and then get the really good ground beef and make sure you get all the oil out of it, and put your peas and your other vegetables in and bake it up, and I'm making myself hungry again. Damn.
Oh yeah, I love it. I love a good shepherd's pie. That's comfort food.
That definitely is.
Especially if you make it, traditionally with the lamb,
Josh says the monthly special and the cocktail at the pub.
They'll do a whiskey special, a different whiskey each time.
You could put in the recipe for the South Boston's.
There you go. It's funny. When I was at Whiskey Tango the other day, I was looking at their alcohol menu, and they had several scotches, and they had a price per glass, and they had Macallan M, and it said, "See your waiter for the price." I was like, "Oh."
I would bet that's upwards of $2.50 a glass.
Oh God!
I would.
It's
love
like
to
almost
try
$6 grand for a bottle.
Oh my God!
I heard Steve went in there and he said, "Give me 2 shots. Put it on DA's tab." Yes, sir. We recognize you from the podcast.
I've got a titanium card that I carry around that's got the Wild Hunt logo on it. It just picks up the tab.
That's all.
Bills it to General Dalton and the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was that alcohol they were drinking in the last Wild Hunt?
At the end, that
wasn't it?
That was Macallan M. Yeah, it was the Macallan M.
That was it.
Yeah, it's like $6 grand a bottle.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. See, the best I can do in the Macallan is the 15-year, and that's still about $120 a bottle.
As I told everybody, DA, you do a lot of research, including the alcohol research. You go into the different liquor stores and you price everything out, see what's what.
And we drink what we can.
Drink what we can afford.
Yeah.
Well, what is it? What is it you call it, Steve? Something taste on something budget. What is it you always say?
Oh, a Valley Park taste and a trailer park budget.
That's right.
That's
there we go.
I have.
Josh says, bill it on your taxes as research expenses. I'd have to talk to my tax guy about if I could claim whiskey as a business expense. So, Roger, if you're listening, can I claim whiskey as a business expense if it's for research?
Only if it's an ordinary and necessary expense.
It is, yeah.
Gentlemen, only if it is absolutely 100% an ordinary and necessary expense and directly related to your job.
If I'm drinking it to know what the flavor is like, to describe it in a book.
DA, cut the shit. You know I'm claiming it for you. I just can't admit to it, all right?
I was gonna say,
look at how red he got right now.
I'm a high functioning alcoholic, so that is ordinary and necessary.
Okay, that actually was perfect right now because I've been sitting watching because I've been doing some stuff and I've been listening in. And when you guys started, I read Dalton's comment about the taxes and the DA directed it to me. I'm like, oh my God, what a setup.
It's like, boop, well, speak of the devil.
That was the best entrance ever. And what was even better is you were reclined back, and as your screen came on, you rolled up into view.
Yeah.
Like,
you rang.
Yes. What an intro. Gentlemen, again, good evening.
Entrance ever.
I
am giving Roger a free like for the entrance, okay?
Gentlemen, even though I'm working at my desk right now, I still wanted to listen to the program. That's why I was just listening in. But if I'm brought in, hell, I'm brought in. So.
Heck yeah.
But I was listening to what you guys were talking about.
Roger, did you hear I was telling Dream and the guys at the Mexican restaurant I was telling you about? I went to.
Oh, no. Oh, DA, what? I've been here maybe 10 minutes?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I give that place a 1 out of 10.
Oh,
he says the portions were small and it wasn't very good.
Yeah, you put up the whole thing. Well, the bowls were like 1/3 the size. You know, the ones they were showing that you put up.
Can you get them for false advertisement?
Oh my God, it was terrible. I ordered the chicken and the beef, and the beef was horrible.
The beef was possibly cat.
Yeah.
Nick, I'm sorry because even going to their website, I'm not sure where the rating was, but it did seem rather high. So it threw us too. And then seeing the images, dude, we were having a ball just checking the images out, man.
Oh, the food looked great.
We were drooling.
If I could eat the images, it would have been great, but everything was like, yeah. So I'm still got to go out there and search around. Well, I mean, I do have a bunch of great places that I go to, but this one Mexican place, it was like, no.
There's a place here in Missouri, just outside of Springfield, in Ozark, and there's another one in Sykeston, Missouri. It's owned by the Lamberts family. The restaurant's called Lamberts, and it's a no, it's not a Mexican restaurant. It's like country cooking, like chicken fried steak and stuff like that. And you go in when you're seated at your table, they will come up with fresh hot rolls and they throw them to people from across the room, which is really kind of cool. And they come around with all kinds of extras like fried potatoes and stuff like that. And you can get those as extras that don't even part of your meal. And everything on the menu, whether you get the chicken fried steak or the ribs or whatever you get, it's all you can eat. They'll keep bringing it to you until you're full.
What about honey butter? Any of that?
Yeah.
Oh man!
A guy with a pan of sorghum.
Yeah. And on your birthday, you eat free.
Oh. Let's see.
So that may be where I want to go on my birthday this year.
Oh man,
I love Lamberts.
Unfortunately, we'll be in Missouri either late July or early August. So,
are you really?
My birthday's August 8th.
Nick, are you really going to be in Missouri in late July?
Yeah, we're going to go to LBL, but I want to do a 4-state tour, and some of the people may have to go home after the 4th state. West Virginia. We're going to go to the Mothman statue and check out the old dynamite plant again. I might do a little turnaround and go downwards and go to Austin, go to Josh Turner's place and visit him.
Is that what you were talking about on the show? You guys were threatening to beat each other up.
No. We're friends. And
I know. I got the joke.
I wanted to get in here and spar with him and maybe do some, catch wrestling and jiu-jitsu with him. But I mean, at 355, he went down 10 pounds. 6'4", 355, and I'm like, I'm like 5'10", 200 pounds. He's huge. But no, the contest we're going to have is the barbecued beef brisket eating contest.
Oh.
He's telling me he has the best in the world over there in Texas. So it's like,
they talk a good game.
I don't care how big he is. I'll bet you I can out eat him on the beef brisket.
There's a place in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's on the Broadway at the beach. The place is called Sweet Caroline's, and they have some of the best barbecue I've ever had. It was fantastic. They make all their own sauces from scratch. When we went to Myrtle Beach a couple years back on vacation, we ate there, and I absolutely love it. And there's a couple places here in Missouri that'll blow your mind too.
Well, when we come down there, we're gonna be depending on you to show us where.
Oh, I'm more than happy to.
Oh my God, that'll be fantastic! I'll probably go back 10 pounds heavier.
Never take a skinny guy's word on good barbecue.
Mm-mm. Oh man, I had the God Sauce barbecue down in what do you call it? Where the hell was I? Vegas, in Vegas. Another author used to put them in his books, and I don't want to hump his books or anything, but he was talking about the place. And last time I was in Vegas, just before COVID struck, I went there and I think I told you guys, I brought home a whole quart of the God sauce, the barbecue sauce. I put it in 8 different bags. I kept putting it in a different plastic bag and put it in the middle of my luggage. And the TSA actually unraveled it, looked at it, smelled it, put it back in my luggage and closed the luggage up. Thank God I have it home. It's up in my refrigerator. I've got about this much left.
There's a family-run restaurant in Cameron, Missouri called Tub Creek Barbecue. You can look them up on the internet. They've got a website. They're on Facebook. We discovered that place accidentally when me and a few of my buddies were going to some training as police officers. We were going to some Department of Homeland Security training on bomb scares and stuff like that. Up in Kansas City, Missouri. Well, we discovered Cameron because we didn't want to stay in Kansas City proper, so we stayed just short of Kansas City and then drove on in the next day. When we got there, we were looking up barbecue places and we found Tub Creek. We went in there and their food is amazing. The lady and her husband that owns it, she's Italian and she makes all these authentic Italian dishes, but they smoke everything. The lasagna is smoked, the macaroni and cheese is smoked. It's amazing. The meatball subs, I'm telling you, you get this meatball sub on a hoagie, it's got 3 meatballs on it that could probably, pass for an MLB baseball. They are freaking huge.
Steve, he's killing Roger. Man. Come on, go bring him something to drink.
Tub Creek Barbecue.
Balls. Man, look at that.
Yeah, they're
full-size meatballs. Jeez.
Their food is amazing.
The mozzarella all over the top of it and everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
probably smoked mozzarella.
They put smoked brisket in their barbecue in their mac and cheese. It's made with different types of noodles. There's like 3 types of pasta in it, and like 4 types of cheese, and then they run it through the smoker. And I'm telling you, it is amazing. Oof. I would walk up there just for a big bowl of their mac and cheese.
Damn. We got to rename the show to the Food Channel.
Heck yeah.
By the way, gentlemen, all kidding aside, I did, for tax purposes, if you really want to know if something is deductible, you need to ask yourself the question, is it an ordinary expense and is it a necessary expense? If you would want to create a food program, if you wanted to create a drinking program, provided that you are following the law, you bet damn right it's deductible.
Well, I research everything for the book, so researching alcohol is not outside the realm of possibility.
Right. That should count. He has to find out the prices and if the stuff is smooth.
Roger Peacock says, I'm really glad I ate as soon as the show came on.
I will have to say that DA did. Oh, sorry, I was about to reveal something. Sorry, I'm not gonna discuss what has already been deducted.
Stuff that shall not be named.
Gentlemen, 34 years.
These are not the tax breaks you're looking for.
DA, is Roger really your accountant?
Yes, yeah.
Well, we better tell him about the little venture we want to have with Steve's body fluids.
Yeah, I will make it deductible. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, I'm sorry.
Roger got a little excited. You can't handle the truth.
Oh, I did use that line one time when they said, "But is this really deductible?" I said, "Yes, deductible." Well, I read, "Don't tell me what I can prove and what I can't prove. I know the law." I did that to a client one time, and he was like, "Okay, dude, I'm leaving."
Yeah, I'm done. Roger's going crazy.
Oh, they've been warned. My clientele, my clientele is by recommendation only. I only have one website. I really don't advertise. So my growth is by word of mouth. I bet none of you can say that. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. That was bad. Oh wow! Look at that hammer right there. I'll make that shit deductible. Oh,
This is Thor's hammer.
Oh, I like that. I need
Oh,
one
yeah.
of those for my writing desk.
Here we are.
Where'd you get that?
Oh my God! From some company that makes these things, you can You use this for exercise.
I need one.
mother of.
I figured I'd show you. You know, for Ragnarok.
I totally need one.
What's that guy's name? Wiley. He was going around with this in his belt.
Yep.
Yeah, you mean DA?
Yeah.
Woo!
I
Damn.
appreciate the vote of confidence, sir.
What's this on the bottom here? Oh, something came up.
Well, you tell us.
Damn. Oh, it's the picture of a meatball sub. It's smothered in mozzarella, and it's toasted. Oh God. Oh. Next time I come on, I'm going to definitely bring a full meal and just put it down here. This is just horrible. You know, Roger? When you start talking about food, it drives me nuts.
We probably should discuss food and see what. Look, all kidding aside, this is a genuine business endeavor. Remember, and sorry if we're going back to taxes, if you really want to make it happen, use ordinary necessary, and what the government will determine as a business or a hobby is the profit motive. That's it. It's if they're and what is determined? What is profit motive? 1 year you make $1, the next year you make $2, etc. I'm simplifying it, but that's profit motive. You may not have a profit, but your earnings go up consistently. That's profit motive.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
This is from Tub Creek.
Oh, look at that. And the fries. They look really delicious.
Their food is amazing.
Look at that.
Those meatballs are freaking huge.
Jeez. Wow. I could just taste it now. Oh man.
That does look good.
And it's smoked.
Oh, that's
smoked meatballs.
They smoke everything.
Yeah,
They even smoke the macaroni and cheese.
with brisket and the macaroni and cheese, no less.
Middle America.
Damn.
No, she's actually Italian.
In Middle America.
There you go, Nick. Spaghetti and meatballs.
Garlic toast. Oh, look at that, guys.
That's Tub Creek Barbecue in Cameron, Missouri. It is amazing.
Did they go with Grubhub? I can call Grubhub. Okay. Go pick me up something. I want it now.
I would imagine they would probably deliver it. It might take them a hot minute. Here's a shot of them making the burn ends.
Oh my God! Look at those things. Oh,
and they melt in your mouth. I mean, the meat just falls apart in your mouth.
Now, how far away is this place from your house?
About 4 hours.
4 hours. Oh, great.
Oh, there's a fool that would deliver.
Oh.
That fee? Oh, hell yeah, they'll deliver.
Which way? North, south, east, or west?
It's up near Kansas City, so it's kind of northwest of us.
All right, northwest. So
and to look at the place when you drive by, it was actually the city jail at one time. They still have the bathrooms are old cells. That's the place, Tub Creek Barbecue in Cameron, Missouri.
Nice.
You can find them on Facebook.
Jeez.
Yeah, their food is amazing. Me, Matt Roper, and Brett Taylor were going to training back when we were all three in law enforcement. Well, Brett still is, and we drove up there for a training weekend and found the place and we ate there the night. We stayed in the hotel, and then on the way back from training, we stopped and got food to take with us.
I'm notorious for that. Yeah, get to a place and it's really good. Yeah, I'm gonna need that to go also.
Oh, here you go. I'm gonna make you really hungry.
God.
This is a chicken quarter, and you can see the mac and cheese in this one.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh Lord, I have to go there for breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
I told them if I lived closer to Cameron, I'd weigh 400 pounds. Yeah, their food is amazing.
Man,
That's got to make it into a book too. It hasn't yet, but it's gonna.
oh yeah.
Hey, DA,
Never know
did
when
you-
the wild hunt to go to Whiteman.
Yeah. What was that, Raj?
I was going to ask, did you share with these fine gentlemen what Adam and Josh found in my video?
No, not yet. I was hoping you'd join us before we talked about it. Here's
You're gonna need a bid for our ribs.
shameless plug for Tub Creek Barbecue. I'm telling you, folks, some of the best barbecue I have ever had, and I am a connoisseur of barbecue.
Yeah, allegedly DA promised me a barbecue cooked meal
Oh, I can grill.
when I visit. Oh, I can grill. Ooh. Yeah, so could my wife. What the hell did that get me?
Oh. Well, you know, I could always help with the grill there, DA, if you needed it.
Yeah, Steve knows how to run a grill himself. Of course, you got to keep the Guinness away from us, but
Hey, it would be fun to watch.
it goes
always an
downhill
adventure.
pretty quick.
DA, have you announced what we're beginning to get in the works for next year?
No, I have not.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nick already knows about it, but and he's in the. But go ahead, Rod. You're the El Presidente.
Of that tiny little committee. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Ragnarok Rising saga is about to turn 10 years old in July of next year, in 2022. And we're looking to celebrate the 10-year anniversary by having a convention.
Oh yeah.
We don't know if it's going to be a DA-centric. It will be a by DA convention, but we don't know if it's going to be DA only or if it's going to be horror, cryptids, all that combined, have other guests. We don't know. But the committee will begin meeting, unfortunately, after May 17th, which is tax season for me. And I'm looking forward to doing this. That's why I'm going to be going in July. I'm going to move up my trip, DA. First it was September, then it was August. Now it's going to be July. And it was absolutely funny because yesterday my personal assistant blew her top. She goes, whoa. Why am I going to Missouri? Because I have to take my posse with me. I have I have to look like someone important. She goes, what do you mean? Trust me, you'll be doing a lot of writing. That's it. Don't worry. That's it. Your trip will be paid for. We're going. So she's not happy about it. And I say, you're going. I don't give a rat's ass. You're going. And then you're going in July of next year. Needless to say, she tendered her resignation. No, just kidding.
I am out.
She's looking forward to it, actually. So it's going to be neat. You'll meet the assistant that I have. And I think my daughter wants to tag along all of a sudden. So who knows? We'll see.
We're going to have to find a good convention hall. And DA, we're going to have to up the production time for the Steve's lore. You know, that liquid lore that we're going to have to produce.
Use it to finance the convention.
Got to find those exact whiskey bottles that we can use to have it dripped in, and the artwork's got to be perfect for that.
Hey, well, it's recycling. We'll buy a bunch of those little single shots of different types of liquor, and then Steve can drink them and just fill it back up, and we'll relabel it.
Wow.
Does Roger know about this?
No, I don't think he does.
Out yet.
Well, we were saying that since Steve lured in the dogman, we could bottle his urine and sell it as dogman lure.
It'll be
no part of this, Roger.
right next to the shirts, you know, and everything. Buy a bottle of real Steve.
First of all, Steve, I apologize. You were at the side of this guy. Since I came in, I knocked you down. I apologize. But beyond that, Steve, I respect and admire you. If that's the piss and vinegar that you're going to use, hey, Merry Christmas, pal. Good luck.
Only 3 drops. That's all we need.
Yeah,
Is that
drop.
illegal, Nick? Is that
they're
illegal?
putting
Only use 3 drops
you know-
in colored water.
Oh,
Anything more than 3 drops, it wouldn't be legal. So we're all good. We're all good. We'll have like a pint size bottle, whiskey bottle has the long neck, and then
put it in
bottle.
put it in an old Windex bottle so I can just spritz it around.
so are we going to sell that at the convention?
Maybe.
With real corks, real cork tops, we could seal it, and we could actually have Steve sign it.
Yeah.
Have a picture
Well,
We if we
Are
can
you
get
good
the
for that,
convention, if we can get the convention going, we would love to have NADP there.
We'll be there. Definitely be there. Definitely be
given
there.
the importance that Bushmills had on the Ragnarok stories, bottle it in something that looks like Bushmills bottles.
That's right.
I can't wait whether it's Friday night or Saturday night when DEA is going to take us to one of the sites in the Ragnarok Rising, and we're all going to be out there, and he's going to be reading to us in the middle of the night the Ragnarok Rising song.
I can do that.
Oh, yeah. So there's going to be a lot.
All you guys around a campfire, with the Bushmills and the Guinness.
There are places around here we could do it.
But we have to stop and get plenty of those meatball subs and please. We have to get that stuff. Oh my God.
Invite Tub Creep down. We need you to cater. We need you to bring a lot of everything. Everything on the menu, just bring it all.
Oh God. Those tips look really delicious.
Oh, they are. They are amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, I could sit there all night. I'll spill the beans on everything I know and listen to you guys too. No, actually, I'll let Greg Yost talk, and
It'd be amazing.
I'll eat and drink, and that's it. Just sit there. Oh, this is great.
We'll throw some brats on the fire.
I'm sorry, I'm not from Middle America. What's that?
Bratwurst.
Little sausages.
Yeah, German sausages. They are fantastic, especially grilled. And there's a place here in town that hand grinds them.
Are
And
those
you
little
can
donkey dicks?
No, they're actually as big as a hot dog and about that big around. But
I'm sorry, DA. Would you do that one more time, please?
about that.
No, you were supposed to do it all. About that big.
But
Almost. Damn
the
it.
grocery stores here in town,
Yeah.
they grind them fresh, and you can get jalapeno cheddar, and there's so many different flavors you can get.
Jalapeno cheddar on bratwurst.
Oh yeah, they are something too.
You get have Roger sit down with a flare gun, and he can roast marshmallows for us.
Roast marshmallows with a flare gun.
Hey, look at his face.
Magnesium enema, baby. Magnesium enema.
We'll never be without a fire. Hey, Roger, start the fire for us, please.
Why not?
Oh man, I don't know. I'm fantasizing about all that food now.
I'm telling you,
I'm not fantasizing about food because I just got back from Black Angus. I'm sorry.
it is worth the drive to Cameron, Missouri for Tub Creek Barbecue.
God,
My stomach is proof of.
Road trip in the Buick.
Yeah, I would totally road trip it. It's worth driving 4 hours to eat it.
Damn.
Well, Raj, I've got the pictures loaded now that we've been gaggling around so long. Roger,
Gaggling around.
yeah, being goofy. But Roger's video he took up in Big Bear, wasn't it?
More like fell into, but yes.
He heard.
On my way home from Big Bear.
Well, you set it up, and then I'll bring up the pictures.
I was going home. I heard it. I saw it. I stopped, and I said, I'm going over there. Actually, it was a Sunday morning. I was on my way home from spending a weekend at a friend's house up in Big Bear, and I left their place just after 9 o'clock, and sometime between 9:45 and about 10:15, I was maybe 15 to 20 miles away from their house. I was probably I leave Big Bear, head to the south and southeast, and I began the course change a bit to the southwest, so I'm really into the wilderness, but I'm still at about between 6,000 and 7,000 feet. I'm kind of up there in the Angeles Crest or the San Bernardino National Mountains. And I'm driving, and it's just a nice Sunday. There's snow on the ground everywhere, but the roads are clear, so there's no change, nothing required. So, sorry, S&M people, didn't mean to disappoint you. But beyond that, the roads were great. Traffic was coming up and down, and I had the air on. I thought I had the vent closed, but I wouldn't have heard him if I had the vent closed. So I had the air going, and I heard a mewling sound. And it caught my attention. And as I looked down towards the vent, sound, we're directed to sound. As I'm driving, I looked down and I saw to the corner of my eye movement. And when I looked up, I'm like, oh, damn, what's that? And there was maybe some cars a bit down the road, maybe about a quarter to half a mile, passing every 15, 30 seconds. So there was traffic. I pulled over, and a car passed me by that was kind of slow because they're like, oh, man, is something going on? And nothing. And when I didn't turn my emergency lights on, I stopped. The car kept on going. And I'm fumbling for my phone. And as you know, I normally have an iPhone 8. This is it right here. But I think I had it on a directional, so I reached for my other phone, my Android Note 10. And I don't use this one all that often, so I started up and I was trying to get the thing to go, and that's where you hear me in the video. Because I know this one has autofocus. Smartphone, I didn't know if it had autofocus or not. So I'm trying to get the focus because as I'm looking through, I see it blurry. So I get very nervous and very angry because I don't know if something's here. Because I did see movement, and there was a bit of a clearing, and I guess you've seen the video. Are you going to play the video again, DA?
Yeah, I can. I may have to pop over to Nightmare Hunter. The colors are going to change.
Sorry.
No problem. And I'll play the video. It's a short video, just over a minute, I think.
It's about a minute.
How do I get the focus on this? You gotta move in. I can't believe I heard it all the way in the car. Dude, I'm somewhere between 7,000 and 6,000. It's not that high. Come on, just move again. Move again. I know you're there. I don't know what the hell it was. No, you're there. I'll be damned if I'm going over there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my favorite line. I'll be damned if I'm going over there.
Now, guys, I'm not going to tell you that I felt something. I'm not going to tell you I knew there was something there. It's just I'm the minority. I know how the movie ends. Okay, I'm not leaving my shit. Steve's reaction, that was funny. No, I'm not kidding. I did not. It never entered my mind that there was something there. So I'm not going to tell you, oh, I felt something. No, I didn't. But again, being the minority, I'm not going. So I just didn't want to go. Now, in the video, I think I actually do catch moving for the first time ever. But when we played this video several days ago, and they showed me the images, and they showed me where they were, I think you saw my reaction. It was like, oh my God. So after the program, I spoke to DA on the phone. I said, DA, you realize how close it really is. It's a 2-lane road. I'm on the sighting. That's it. It's wide enough for a car. If you look closely on the video, the road, there is no safe lane or anything. It's right there.
He just pulled off in the grass and the rocks.
Almost. But it was more like the dirt.
Yeah.
And actually, there was an embankment to my right. So, rat bastard could have been right above me for all I know. But anyway, when I told DA, I said, DA, I was within 100 to 200 feet of them.
I'd say closer to 100.
Okay, I understand what 100 feet is, and that is frightening to me.
Couldn't you have thrown a rock at it or something and say, hey, I mean, seriously.
Shot at it with a flare gun?
Don't you carry a flare gun in your car now?
Well, I will neither confirm nor deny, but the point is I've read it now, so I do know now.
He didn't at the time.
Damn.
Well, anyway, Adam and Josh isolated the video and started playing with it, and I was pretty sure I saw movement in a couple of spots.
I didn't.
And then Dream watched it, and he's got eagle eyes. He's the one that spotted movement in mine and Steve's video, and he was convinced he saw movement. So Adam and Josh started tearing into the video, and Adam was like, "It's pareidolia. Yeah, you guys are just seeing leaves," until he isolated an image, and then he was like, "Oh, wait a minute, there's something here." So the first one they isolated was this.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
And they where I thought I was seeing movement, it actually is farther back. So I was concentrating on the trees in the foreground, but the movement was farther back. So what I thought was movement, with the spot I was looking, wasn't really it. And then they found this image where you can kind of see something there in the middle to the right, to the left, I mean. And when isolated and brought it up, it actually looks like the shape of a creature.
Yeah.
That turned out to be pareidolia. That was just shadows.
Okay.
Adam was able to successfully get a good enough look at that to say, okay, when the leaves move and stuff, this is not a creature. It looks like one. But it does
look like something, yes.
So then he started isolating more of the select area where I had seen movement. Well, he was able to dismiss where I thought it was, but then he started looking in the background. And if you look straight in the dead center of this picture, just slightly above, it'll look like leaves.
Actually, it's head high to me. Yeah, I'm at the.
Yeah, until he put the little outline on it so you could see it. At one point, for about 60 frames, which is about 2 seconds, Adam was able to isolate. It actually was looking straight ahead, and for roughly 60 frames, it turns its head to the right and then back. So the movement I saw was actually much deeper in the trees. So he was probably within 150 feet of Roger.
Imagine if Roger would have gotten out. Damn.
He would have been on an episode of Missing 411.
Said hello, you know?
I got a flare gun.
And I know how to use it. DA said so.
Yeah. Gonna give you a magnesium enema.
Yeah, I could imagine going out there and telling them, "Mira, cabrones, vengan, ándale, toma." Yeah, sure, that would work. At the very, do you know what I said? At the very end,
I have no
like,
idea what you said, but I love the way it sounds.
Okay.
All I want is Roger to go out there and go, "Hey, Marty, hey."
It is unnerving to know how close that was.
Yeah, we can't say for sure. It's not clear enough to say within 100% that was something. But Adam, who was a skeptic going in, is convinced because of the way it turned its head.
Can we get Roger to go back there and measure it? You know?
Roger, do you want to go back there and go over into the woods and measure that spot?
Measure how far away it was from you.
Come on, Nightmare Hunter.
Come on, you got to earn it.
Actually, all you need is a laser rangefinder. You go, you pull your car off in the same spot, and you put that laser dot on the tree.
That's cheating. Come on.
That's cheating.
We want them to do it for real. Mark it down.
Okay, while you gentlemen continue this, I know the rough spot. I'm going to do some Google traveling right now, so forgive me. I'm going to find it right now because apparently the Note 10 that I had did not have the GPS tracking on because I don't know any better. So I know roughly the area. I'm going to find it, and I'm going to do that right now, and I'm going to pinpoint it. And, yeah, it's not all that difficult.
Roger's with you, Steve.
Oh, you know what? There's someone celebrating big time. There's lots of fireworks going on. That's why I heard these bangs, and there was one damn close that it felt like someone pushed the door open. That's why you guys saw me turn. And it was a significant concussion. You're like, all right, who the is opening the door?
If you're a little closer to LA, I'd say it probably wasn't fireworks.
I'm going to go search for the location.
Okay.
Were you on early enough, Roger, to see the DA gear when we were showing it off?
No, I didn't get to see the porn. What happened?
No, the t-shirts.
Steve's Pub and Grub shirt.
Got the Pub and Grub shirt in.
It's got the DA logo on the back.
Oh, you're showing off a shirt. Oh, I didn't know.
It's funny. Here's the wild hunt.
Oh, that's impressive. Both of them are actually. That's good stuff.
He's got a DAX Machina shirt on the way, but it hasn't made it in yet.
Yeah, it should be here Wednesday.
That definitely is cool.
Roger, I have a question for you.
Huh?
No, I'm sorry, not Roger. Nick, I've got a question for you since Roger's busy. Could you give us kind of a rundown on the different types?
Okay, we could start at the top there. The Type 3 Variant 1, and then go back down to the Canine Variant 1. Those are the two most commonly seen.
Okay.
And they're actually the leg structure. The knees are more backward on these two, just like a dog's would have. A regular dog would have.
Mm-hmm.
Going down to the Canine Variant 3, that's actually the most muscular, even though the Variant 4 is supposed to be the soldier.
Yeah.
That one is really more rarely seen.
The Variant 3 is the one you said you thought was in our sighting.
Yeah, exactly, because the Variant 3 is actually the one that I had an encounter with, my little 30 encounter. And this thing was like I said, at the time, I did not know what a dog man was, and I had thought it was a bear. That's the only reason why I stopped, because I thought it was a bear attacking a human. But that there has regular knee structure like a human, and so does the Canine Variant 4. They're both highly muscled. The Variant 3 is reportedly more agile than the Variant 4. Now, the Canine Variant 2, I had thought, the one that looks more like a hyena, I had thought that was a rarer type of sighting. But from what my research has brought forth over the last 6 or 7, well, now it's 7 months, that one has been seen more often than I originally had thought. It's not as common as Type 3 Variant 1 or Canine Variant 1, but the Variant 2, the Canine Variant 2, which looks like a hyena, that one is much more common, and that also has the knees coming forward. Now, going up to the top right, the Type 3 Variant 3, most people say, well, that's a gugway. It's more like a baboon type face, than a regular dog or a wolf type face. But I don't know why they're chunking it in there with it for some odd reason. But it's the most aggressive of all of them. It's the most aggressive.
So it's really not a dog man; it's more of a gugway.
They're thinking it's more of a gugway. That's what a lot of the so-called I don't want to call them experts because none of us are really experts on it, but the people that study this the most, they're calling that one more of a gugway.
Yeah. Well, I can certainly see that in the appearance of the face, and the name Gugway meaning face eater on its own. I can understand how they'd be more aggressive.
Exactly. Now, when I was up in Canada visiting with my cousin who's married to an Algonquin Indian, and we were drinking Black Rifle coffee over there, that's how I was prying information out of him, because normally they will not talk to white people, and they do not want to mention Gugway even amongst themselves, because they find it's a bad omen, that it might come. Just like with the Wendigo or the Wendigo, they don't want to even mention that name because it's just like bad juju to them.
That's the same way with the Navajo and the Skinwalker. They don't even like saying the name Skinwalker.
Exactly. I mean, I think that goes through all the tribes, and it's all the way up there in Canada. I mean, something must be going on, because if the tribes here in the United States, out west, even over here where I saw mine, I had my encounter. They all feel the same way. They don't want to talk about it. And Jersey's kind of modern. We don't have a lot of, super farmland, and we don't have a lot of tribes here at all. I mean, any tribes that we have, they're now dressed in 3-piece suits and they're running businesses, and or like Mohegan Sun or something.
You say the name of the thing, you give it strength, you give it power.
Yeah,
exactly, and it'll come to you, and that's like a case that I wrote about in my NADP Region 3 Facebook section there, about a lady that called us up in Northeast United States. We went to her house, and she actually saw a wolf-like creature in her house, and it was on a constant occasion that she saw it. Now, we found out that this was a thing called a tulpa, Tulpa, and it's something that she's a creative designer and artist, and that was her job, to create something realistic for this project that they had. And we thought that she actually had some sort of a werewolf or a dog man over there, because, from all the descriptions she was giving and the constant updates on a daily update, and two of the people that we had in the area that we knew well, and we knew that they were not making some story up. They sent me this is going back a few years now. They sent me a tape recording of her speaking and everything. There was things moved in the house. I mean, this thing, she and her husband actually chased it down the stairs. I'm saying, you chased it? Yeah, the husband had a double-barrel shotgun, and they both ran down the stairs when they heard this thing, and it ran out the front door, and the front door was open. So something was going on. Now, what a tulpa is, it's a manifestation of the things that you really and truly think.
Yeah.
And I never knew about that. So I was lucky to have a green witch that I knew, and I called her up, and she came down. It took her about 5 hours, but she came down, and she pronounced that this was a tulpa. And we stayed in the house, in their living room, which had plenty of comfortable chairs, and she gave us blankets. And I'm telling you, I was in the house, and I saw things not move in front of me, but they were moved from where they were positioned originally. She had like knickknacks on tables and knickknacks on the shelves that were on the windowsills, one of those type of windowsill type thing.
Could that be possible poltergeist?
I don't believe this was a poltergeist, because it wasn't attacking us, and it wasn't throwing things. The lady who's a green witch, and I'm glad we had her, because that's what she pronounced it. Because after she interviewed this lady, the owner of the house, she found out the whole story, and she explained it all to us, that she manifested this spirit, and the spirit would appear and then go away. But the more you manifest it, the more you think about it, the more they don't want to go back. Now they want to stay. And we were, the five of us, we were the investigators, and we were inside her living room, and nobody came in the room that night when we were there. and there was no manifestation. However, there were things that were moved because we took pictures. We took pictures of all the rooms and all the knickknacks and all the pictures, frames, and everything like that. And there were things that were moved. Now, nobody came in that room. There was only 2 ways in, and we had the doors closed. And we were sleeping near the doors also. Nobody came in, and we posted a guard. There was always somebody awake, one person awake, and every 2 hours somebody else would wake up, and then the other person would go to sleep, and they'd continue it throughout the day. So something was going on in that house, but she had to get her to tell the tulpa to stop, and you're not coming here, and you're not staying here, because sooner or later it would just manifest totally, and it would stay here.
Yeah,
that was one heck of a ride. I'm telling you.
Is that a common thing, a tulpa?
It's not a very common thing. Ashira 7, she's one of my admins, and she's with my group. She's we consider her a tulpologist because that's her thing. She's kind of an expert in that area, and she told me that after she read my story, she goes, "God, you described it exactly perfect." And it's not a very common thing, but you can't keep thinking about something constantly. The monks, the Tibetan monks, can do these things too. They can manifest things that they think about, and that's where people study that. Luckily, this Green Witch also was very, very well versed in the tulpa.
Mm-hmm.
She showed the lady how to start to control it and how to get it to go back. And I'm going to tell you, that was a scary ass thing, because how do you know how I am. I'm always thinking, how do I fight something that's that's coming at us? If it's physical, if it's part physical, maybe we could hit it with sound waves. Maybe we could hit it with pepper spray or bullets or anything. But how do you fight something like this that you can't touch, but it can touch you? And we were having a heck of a time with that. I mean, we had the holy water. I had white salt. I had black salt. We salted the windowsills in the room that we were sleeping in. We put glass containers of salt in all 4 corners.
Mm-hmm.
We had all kinds of things that we could think of to try to protect ourselves, just in case. I had holy water. You name it, we had it there. We had the crosses, the blessed crosses, and everything, and it still moved stuff within that room.
Is that something that a person could accidentally bring about?
That's what this lady did. She accidentally brought about it because she was on a crunch. She was their top gun over there in their creative design department.
Uh-huh.
We found that she had several art books, those the kind you carry with you, like 6x8 art books, about 200 pages each. She had cartoons and drawings of this thing that she was manifesting, and she kept trying to think of a better way to draw it, or a better way to produce the picture. And but like I said, our Green Witch that showed up, she helped a lot, and we finally got it to cease and desist and go away.
So by concentrating on that much, she brought it into existence?
Exactly.
That's wild.
I mean, if you read up on it, you'll see.
Just about anybody could do that if they were concentrating that hard.
But you really got to concentrate hard, and I'm telling you, this lady was
thanks
doing...
a lot, DA.
What are you concentrating on? Beef tips, barbecue, or what?
At the moment, I was thinking more food, but
that's what I'm thinking.
I would like to manifest some beef steak right now.
No, it's not something you'd want. I mean, it's not something I'm into. I'm into the cryptozoology and things that I can reach out and touch, but it's like, wow.
I enjoy the cryptozoology angle, but the simple fact that some of that other stuff is out there, and if you do run into it, having some knowledge is better than nothing. What can you do to protect yourself from something like that?
Well, like I said, the white salt, the black salt, you can learn the different runes and the signs of the runes that you might need to, and sigils, protective sigils that you can write up, and you don't have to put them on walls. You can put them on plain white paper. Basically, what I heard was that red is much better to write them in.
Mm-hmm.
But you're going to have to know what kind of sigils and what kinds of runes you need to protect yourself. But like I said, when I go out there in the forest area and in the woods and everything, I got a little pouch over there. Besides my first aid kit, I got another one that contains the salts, the the holy water. I've got silver. I've got crosses. You name it, I've got it in there. I've even got hollow points filled with silver that we melted and put in the middle of the hollow points, just in case.
Yeah, I've mentioned to several people that I know that go out looking to find like EVPs and looking for spirits. I've cautioned several people, be careful what you might bring home with you.
Yes. Yeah. Not only what you're going to meet up, but what are you going to bring home?
Yeah, what attaches itself to yourself, to what attaches itself to you, and then follows you back to your house.
That's right. But it's God. Oh man, hang on a second. I'm trying to see what Josh is telling me here.
I'm serious. Invite him on the show. I'd love to have him on.
You're calling your show Round Table? What do you call your show?
Wine?
Yeah.
DAX Machina.
Oh, no. I'm going to tell him it's DAX MACHINAH.
Just no H on the end. Just MACHINA. Like machine with an A on the end. It's a literary term. Deus Ex Machina means machine of the gods. And it was a play on the literary term, so it's a machine of DA.
Yeah. But anyway, back to that. It's more and more when I'm going after. I'm trying to think outside the box, and I want to be prepared for whatever we come up on.
Oh, absolutely.
And aliens are the next thing. Jesus, what are we going to use there? I mean, I've got several lasers. I mean, if I take the point off of this, I've got a high-powered green laser. One beam, but if it breathes, the pepper spray is going to take care of them. If it, I don't really want to get probed.
Definitely not.
Rules to live by.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Don't probe me, bro.
Definitely not going to be probing time here. By the way, the Type 3 variant 2 is like it is the rarest one.
The Type 3 variant 2?
Yeah. Because as I was saying, I had done the research going back now 8 months of 367 different encounters and speaking with people about their encounters and stuff that they knew and people that they knew who had encounters and what their grandmothers had told them about or grandfathers. And it's now up to over 405 bits of research that I've done. And yeah, that one variant there, it is like the rarest one. Actually, that's TULPA, not TOLPA. Tulpa.
He says, I think poltergeist and tulpa are similar in nature, both a type of PK manifestation. That may be accurate. Facebook user wants to know, will there be an LBL field investigation this summer or fall? Sorry if this question was already answered. I've been off the grid for the past month. Go ahead, Nick.
We're planning on is either late July or early August, and I'll make the announcement when we're going to go. We're going to most likely try to do a 3 or 4 state tour. That will be with the full security team. Hopefully, DA Roberts will be there, and
that's the plan.
Several other people from Jody Cookle says that he is going to be showing up. Greg Yost, Squatch Man. I have Nate Rudd. He's another big Sasquatch researcher from Washington State, and also Gary Spikes from Missouri. He'll be showing up. Unfortunately, I can't bring my regular field team out there for protection, so I'm using a put together team of 4, and hopefully Gary will be there too. He's a former ranger, So
I promise you, I won't be unarmed.
he'll be backing us up, and so will DA. But we have the author to protect, so he'll be in the middle of the diamond.
Greg Price says, just cough on them. Everyone knows aliens can't handle our germs. Roger says, I knew I'd spell it wrong. Facebook user says it's John Miller. Not sure why Facebook says Facebook user. Depending on where you're coming in from, if you're coming in from one of the groups, not all of them are fully authorized by StreamYard. So just go to StreamYard.com/Facebook and just give it permission to give your name, and it'll put your name up.
A question: is it John Miller from Maine? John, you're the one? You're in my group, correct? Come on, John.
It takes about 30 seconds. Got a 30-second lag. Greg says, has your guest ever had any run-ins with the feds while investigating? That's supposedly happening to some investigators in Texas.
Yes, on 2 occasions. And they wanted to know what we were doing out there. But I have credentials, and they took my credentials and just left. They understood.
Nice. And why is Roger trying to protect his identity so badly?
They're not talking about Roger Noriega. He's talking about
okay, Roger from the LBL.
Tyler Freese is who it is.
He says, "Yep, that's who you thought it was."
From Iowa.
Yes, it's JM from Maine. I'll be right back.
So, JM from Maine, John Miller from Maine, DA. I have to give him credit. I got to give credit where it's due. Now, I took it and I ran with it when he posted some of your book covers. First time he posted it.
So he's the one that first posted it in there.
That's the man right there who posted it.
Thank you, sir.
Maine, JON from Maine. And when he did that, I ran with it. So I started putting it all over my 2 Dogman sites. And I believe I sent you a message on Facebook Messenger to try to get in contact with you about it. And the rest is history. We got you here. And we're all happy about it. But John's the one that started. And thank you, John.
Thank you, John. I always chuckle when people will message me through Facebook, because someone will message me, and when I respond, they're like, "Oh, I didn't know if you'd actually respond." People, I always respond, unless Facebook gets the message. I'm just a hillbilly from Middle Missouri. I'm nothing special. I'm just a guy that writes books. If you want to message me, feel free. I love talking to people. As my wife will say, I'm getting me to talk's easy. Getting me to shut up's the hard part.
Always running for mayor, are you?
My dad used to say I never met a stranger in my life.
Yeah.
Oh, John authorized that, so now he appears. And John, thank you very much for introducing my book covers and books to the North American Dogman Project. That is just awesome. Thank you so much.
John's come up with quite a few good ideas over the year or so that he's been with us, and and I just ran with them. I got to give him the credit on it. He came up with it, but that's what this networking is all about.
Absolutely.
Somebody comes up with it. All right, now I'll expand it. I'll run with it, and I'll tell you, I'm happy. There's John. I recognize him. All 6'8" of him. He's huge.
Tall guy.
Big guy, yeah.
Damn near a foot taller than me. I'm like 5'10" and a half. Zero drama. He says, "You got it, DA. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much."
You're 5'10" and a half, DA?
Mm-hmm.
You're 5'11" and a half. Toma.
You're also older than me.
By a year.
Oh.
You one always calls me young man.
I call everyone young man, old man.
You're about my size, Roger. I am right at 6 foot.
Yeah, and a commensurate hand to go with it.
Greg Price says, "I know perfectly well that Sasquatch exists. I saw one at DA's place years ago. Years ago, we lived out in Battlefield, Missouri, out away from town. And Greg would come out and we'd play role-playing games or just setting bullshit. And one night he was pulling in after work, and he pulled in my driveway, and he saw one go around the corner of the house and go back into the trees. We had a big pond, spring-fed pond back there. So it was a clean water source. And he said he saw it plain as day, full figure, step behind the house.
Yeah, I'm not going in July.
It's okay, Roger. I live fairly close. You can hang at my place.
Yeah, that farm now is a housing development, so I don't think there's anything out there now.
The point is, those rat bastards are in the area.
They see him. They see him all over the place, man.
Everybody's a rat bastard to Roger.
That's right. That's his favorite insult.
Or a ball washing bastard.
Okay.
And that's from Shawshank Redemption. Remember, gentlemen?
Yep.
It's when the guy's talking about the IRS. Yeah, a bunch of ball washing bastards.
Clancy Brown.
Oh, my goodness.
Hey guys, so
Great
here's
film.
DA talking about these scrumptious, gigantic smoked meatball sandwiches, and instead of Grubhub sending me that, I get this, you know, and water.
DA Smoky Balls.
No, they're not mine. I didn't cook them.
But you're talking about
You're gonna kill me. Come on,
Poor Nick.
DA smoky ball.
Next thing you know, we'll be selling that shit on Amazon.
Oh, man. Hey, it makes a convention, so cut it out.
Right next to Steve's lore, Dogman lore.
Steve's dog.
Yeah, there you go.
Scent lure.
There you go.
All right,
DA balls and Steve's lore.
Would you guys mind covering me for about 3 minutes so I can run across the hall and get rid of a cup of coffee?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
All right,
sure thing, old man.
I will be right back.
So,
Yeah.
Steve, and let me ask you, in all the time you've known DA, what do you think the favorite libation is? His favorite one? Absolute, all time.
His is easily, for whatever reason, of all the Dalmore scotches, the 12-year-old Dalmore is his absolute favorite. Yeah. I have even introduced him to the 15, which is, obviously aged longer, better whiskey. Dalmore 12. That is his favorite of all things. For his 50th birthday, I gave him a bottle of it, and he held on to it for a long time. And, that's his
Was
favorite.
it called Delmar?
Dalmore, Dalmore. It's a type of single malt Scotch, and their 12-year variety is his favorite.
Wow. Damn. So out of everything, he likes that one the best. Wow.
Yep, it's about $70 a bottle, and I think he made that bottle that I gave him last over a year, just taking a few nips at a time. I think he drank the last of it on the DAX Machina show.
Well, I can't say anything about it because my favorite is a bourbon. It's Jimmy Bean's Red Stag. So
There you go.
that's a lot cheaper.
Yeah, my go-to is Bushmills Black Bush. This is about $35 a bottle. Now, I prefer some of the older Macallans, but I also don't have $100+ to drop on a bottle of alcohol. Every time I want something. So
Let me ask you, you probably never had this happen to you, but maybe you would know why in reference to Macallans. 12-year-old Macallans. I had a bunch of friends over and we were talking, and I had poured, a good 3-shot glass for, last round. And my one buddy didn't drink it and just left it there. Next morning, I'm cleaning up and I see the glass and it went to the bottom. The color went to the bottom or something. And I didn't understand what the heck happened.
well, I've not seen it happen to a good Scotch, but when Scotch is made, it's clear. It gets its color from the oak barrel that it ages in. And so it's possible those tannins and those colorings may just settle. I don't know, DA, you came to the tail end of this. Nick said he had a buddy of his that was drinking Macallan 12, and the guy had left about 3 ounces or so in a glass overnight. And when Nick was cleaning the next morning, all the color had settled to the bottom of the glass.
That's weird.
Yeah.
Like, I've never seen that happen.
Unless the alcohol was evaporating away and the water and the tannin were separating.
Yeah, it's possible. It was in the winter time, and I did have the heat up quite a bit. But I never knew something like that could happen. How we doing this? Around.
Oh, my Lord.
Well, that will really mess up Hollywood Squares or Tic-Tac-Toe. I'll take Roger for the, Josh for the, wait, no, IDAA. That'd be great. That'd be funny. We should get a like for that one.
I love it. That's awesome.
Josh, we can't hear you.
Nope, can't hear you. But it's so funny. I don't know if you guys have noticed, but every time Josh and I are on the far end of each other, we're always pantomiming some stupid shit. I don't know why, but it's just funny. It's working. We got the like. Oh my god, we got lots of likes. We got about 3.
We got 3.
You know, it's just funny. I love the fact that as soon as Josh is there, yeah, I'm gonna have to get something myself. I appreciate the fact that Josh always reacts to me. I don't tell him, don't send him any messages. I just do something that he responds. I appreciate it, Josh. It's too damn fun.
Oh, that's terrifying to even think about.
John Miller says, if Dogman is a flesh and blood, can you imagine how many fucking ticks he'd have on him? Yeah, in Missouri, but they've got articulate hands like little freaking raccoons. I would imagine that you know, if they're a part of a pack, they probably groom each other much like chimps.
And with
that was Sasquatch
through each other.
He was like, "Can you get the ticks off my butt?"
Are you guys able to hear me now?
I need it.
Yeah, we hear you. There are moose in Maine that can have over 50,000 ticks living on them at a time. Jeez, Pete.
That's disgusting.
I need it.
Oh my God.
I went to Beijing, China once, and the only bourbon available was Four Roses. So you're saying they didn't really have bourbon?
Ticks, goddamn tax season.
My son bought a bottle of Four Roses, and he gave me a glass. He goes, "It's bourbon, Dad. It's really good." And I'm like, "Yeah, it's a little smooth. Like it tastes like it was fermented in a radiator."
That's my mom. Happy Mother's Day, Mom.
Happy Mother's Day, Josh's mom.
Wow.
Yeah, we speaking of which, Mom, we have talked about doing a version of Hollywood Squares with the different shows on here.
You know, I just discovered that, right? Just how to move those around. I just did it, just clicked on one and dragged it just to see what would happen, and it allowed me to move it. I'm like, ooh.
You know, I still think if you do that, though, you got to put Roper dead center in the bottom row so you can do the Shadow Stevens thing.
Oh, there we go.
The voice. Yeah, welcome to Hollywood Squares.
Craig says it probably was fermented in a radiator.
You know,
you're not far off.
Well, you know, in the Philippines, there's a beer that's pretty popular there called Red Horse, and it's made by San Miguel Brewing Company. And Red Horse allegedly is fermented in some kind of industrial manner, and there's a significant amount of formaldehyde in it.
Oh,
and
Lord.
so they won't import it into the U.S. because the you know, I guess the Food and Drug Administration, or whoever it is that monitors that, it's like, yeah, formaldehyde's bad.
Some of the cheaper rums that come out of South and Central America, since they don't have the tight laws for governing how food and drink are prepared here in the States, they filter them, they'll distill them through an old car radiator. So if you test them, they will have small traces of antifreeze in them.
Oh, Lord.
Well, I've never had the antifreeze. But
Roger's got something.
What's up, Raj?
I apologize, gentlemen. I guess bringing a little bit of the real world in. Are you getting it? The breaking news. I don't know if you heard it, but there's a satellite or what's left of a rocket.
Oh, the Chinese rocket. Coming down. Is it coming down shortly?
Not only is it coming down, it has entered the atmosphere, and apparently this is as of about 25 minutes ago. It looks like the impact is going to be somewhere near the Maldives, out in the Indian Ocean. So this is about 25 minutes ago.
Was it manned?
No. This is part of the rocket that was designed to put the part of the space station, the Chinese space station in orbit, and the rocket was supposed to continue out into space.
Mhm.
Well, Mother Earth had a different plan. She said, "Oh no, cabron, ven!" She got a hold of it and brought it back in, and said, "Back to your maker."
Gravity. She is a fickle mistress.
Yes. So, all kidding aside, I hope everything. Oh, hey, Lewis, how you doing, brother?
Remember the Hollywood
Literally.
Squares back in the day? They were sponsored by Snapple.
I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like the 72.4 degrees east longitude, 2.65 degrees north latitude, just west of the Maldives.
Nick, I think this one's directed
Yeah.
at you.
Well, there's I believe the western section over there, Region 1 dog of NADP, is going to have one in October in Wisconsin.
Ooh, that'd be a good one to go to.
They're going to have that. That's been in the makings for the last 5 months already, and we did advertise it on my Facebook page and also on the international page.
Awesome.
Nick, if you would, any bit of a blurb, information, anything you would like us to read at any time on most of the NDB Media Network programs, we'll announce it, as well as I'm sure, and I'm speaking for them right now, and I apologize, for DA, for his programs, and for All Tower Media. I'm sure they would be thrilled.
Yeah.
Any notice you have for that convention. We win together, we play together, and we do well together.
Like the saying goes, when the tide comes in, all ships rise.
Yeah, I can't swim.
I told you, Roger, we'll put you in a dinghy and tow you. We got you, brother.
So, guys, listen. How many squares do we need for a Hollywood Squares thing? Like,
we would need 10. 9 squares for the players and one for the person who's reading the questions.
I can see it now. Square 7 for Mothman, or or Yeti. Square 5 for $400. Roger, you see the main fuel pipeline and that cyber hack? Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's true. That did happen. That happened today.
Ransomware thing, wasn't it?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Gasoline lines. Yeah. Today's been a busy day for the hackers.
Yeah. Well, Josh just sent me this picture. Although, Josh, you have the ability to put these pictures up yourself.
Oh, yeah. I didn't want to hijack. That's kind of your thing.
Dude, you are fine. Dude, you are 100% welcome to.
Plus I forget when I'm not running the show that I can still do that.
So that's roughly where it's going to come down.
Well, at least it's not going to be a metropolis area, and hopefully it doesn't hit any of the actual islands because they're kind of snaked. You can't see it on that screen, but right near that, those Maldives are snaked right up and down through there.
Yeah.
Hopefully nothing, no one gets hurt or
as long as it lands in the ocean, the only thing we have to worry about is contamination. Instead of it leveling a small town.
Yeah. Good night, Mom.
Good night.
Good night.
Speaking of hackers, and this is important now and relevant too that I've read because a lot of people are getting into cryptocurrency lately and stuff. Hackers are now targeting people through Discord invite links and similar like internet invite links to hack into Steam, which is like a game platform, and your cryptocurrencies and stuff to try to get a hold of those. So people want to be careful. I mean, most people are smart nowadays not to click on anonymous links.
Yeah,
but don't click on anonymous links.
Just an FYI, I'm crypto broke.
Winner of a $30 million lotto in Kenya.
Okay,
I just got to send him $3,000
and your bank account routing information.
Click.
Look
at the colors.
Just in case anybody's listening, just so you know, I'm crypto broke, so don't have to worry about messing with me.
I am crypto broke and literal broke. So.
Yeah, no kidding. Luis,
Diego Garcia. Diego Garcia is still significant distance from there.
Greg says one small rocket going into the deep ocean won't contaminate much, thank God. Depending on what's on board, I mean, if there's any unburnt fuel, you could potentially see a fish kill because that rocket fuel is pretty caustic.
Hydrazine's nasty stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They did say that one of the 2 rockets has already burned up.
Okay.
So
it's it's probably resembling the Bigfoot that Roger shot with the flare gun.
Oh, did you put that up earlier? I've been in and out of watching. I had some things to do. Were you able to show Nick that picture?
Yes.
What'd you think? I missed your reaction to that.
Yeah, Nick thinks I should go over there and measure.
He wants him to go out there and measure it by the tree.
I was hoping he would have gotten out of his car, chucked a rock at it, or said something to it, but
nope. His exact words are, "I ain't going over there."
I don't
get out, show a little leg, maybe
where is
it
your
over.
sense of adventure?
Bring some apples next time. Maybe
I've been married for 27 years.
That's enough.
Oh, actually, by the way, it is. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to be making it uncomfortable. It is. It wasn't my choice.
Draw the line.
Yeah, it wasn't my choice. That's where we draw.
Oh, Roger, I was at the store earlier today. And
you bought some redneck repair tape?
Yes, I did.
Oh! What a setup, man. I'm not sure if you guys know this, but over the years, after reading the Ragnarok Rising books and interviewing them, I don't know why, but I usually was in a Home Depot. They would have a display of the tape, and I would just take a picture, text it over to DA. No language, no nothing. Just a picture of the redneck repair tape. And I did it at least, 7, 8 times?
Oh, yeah, a bunch of times. I'd get
but
this
it was
random
over
picture
several years.
It's spaced out over several years. I'd just get random photos of duct tape. I'd be like, Roger's at Costco.
Or at Home Depot.
Or Home Depot, yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Unsolicited tape pics.
Yeah, yeah. Unsolicited tape pics.
Or would that be a duct pick?
Yeah, duct pick.
A duct pick.
Oh, man.
You just got to play with it right.
He says, hell no, the damn gorilla tape is better. I got to read it in his accent. Hell no.
Damn gorilla tape better.
We love you, Josh. Come on if you want.
For the first time, I used Gorilla Wood Glue the other day, and that shit is
Oof.
Nothing to mess with.
Yeah, I bought the
wood glue.
Yes.
Is that as in Gorilla Wood Glue?
Wood glue made by the Gorilla Company.
How much wood would Gorilla glue?
Susan.
You glue your wood with it.
I've got some Gorilla Glue super glue, and that stuff is intense.
Yeah. I think my old car's held together with that stuff.
Doesn't it take an awful long time to dry, though?
The super glue doesn't.
Oh,
I was told 24 hours on the bottle for curing. That I probably could have beat the hell out of it in 10 minutes. I did let it sit for 24 hours though, just in case.
Is it made with real gorillas?
Thank God, Greg. I was waiting for someone to ask that question.
Buy real gorillas, not. Oh.
Yeah, it's put together by gorillas.
Oh my God! I am not related to that person right there.
Every time I went to a Lowe's or Home Depot, I went to the roof section and made a hangman's noose.
God.
Roger, is this a friend of yours?
The robe section makes a hangman's noose.
Wow.
Shit, I'd rather be caught tubing right now than admit to him being my brother. No, actually, no, I don't want to be caught tubing right now.
That was a quote from our Shadowrun game we played years ago. There was one orc that always said that.
It is my brother. I'm sorry, that person is my brother.
Tape is just as thick as the glue. Sticky, I think he means. Yeah, the Gorilla Tape is pretty good stuff.
Do you notice that based on these posts, and I'm sorry it's not a shot against anyone, can you tell that they love us but they're tired? Based on the posts.
I was just thinking it just means that Doug's typical fan base is slightly illiterate. But I wasn't going to worry too much about it.
Okay, let it be known where it came from, all right? Wow.
Just kidding.
I had a real bunch of powder puffs. I mean, hell, it's almost 12:30 over here.
Oh, that's right. So, by the way, Nick, it's not directed at you, but to you and your family, happy Mother's Day. It's a big day tomorrow. It's the second Monday. And to you and to yours, Nick, I hope you're having a good day on Sunday. Hopefully you're not messing with any of the female Sasquatch. That's not fun on Mother's Day.
We're 24 minutes into Mother's Day now.
Heck yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not quite.
Gosh.
Yeah, leave me out of the East Coast, boys. That's fine.
Sure, all I heard was East Coast, and I immediately like a moth to flame.
Nick, I think this question's for you.
Yeah, just to answer John, no, the black shuck is not the UK version of the dog man.
What is the black shuck? I'm not familiar with that.
Shuck is
I'm not either.
It's either
more like a four-legged type of. Oh God, how can I describe it? It's more like a spiritual dog.
Like a hellhound?
Yeah, like a hellhound that we would call here a hellhound. That's theirs.
Spiritual.
Would that be something like the Hounds of Baskerville or something
Is
along
that the
those
one that
lines?
hounds?
That's probably what it was based on. The Hounds of Baskerville.
Okay.
Or like truckers sometimes refer to the black dog.
Yeah, when they get tired and sleepy, they see the black dog out there. That means the death is coming.
Mm-hmm. He says, "Is Black Shuck the UK version of Dogman, or is it supposed to be a devil dog?" I was listening to the debut album by The Darkness at my friend's house, and the first track is called Black Shuck. Well, thank you for letting me know. I didn't know what that was. Great, it's just my weird sense of humor. Hell, aren't we all? I don't think, as Brent Spiner would say from Night Court, I don't think this one's normal. I don't think any of us are.
No.
Normal is a setting on the dryer.
Normal.
I mean, we're on a show talking about Dogman, Bigfoot, and
food,
and Dream going to the Bigfoot prom,
and the failure of a Chinese rocket. God bless America.
Yeah. America. You know, when Dia invited onto this show to help co-host with him a couple of months ago, he said, "You're going to drink, and we're going to laugh and say inappropriate things." That was pretty much the setup for it.
John Miller, Black Dog. I think that had Patrick Swayze in it, not Kurt Russell.
That's a significant difference.
Meatloaf was in it too, wasn't he?
I don't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I know I'm like 99.9% sure that Black Dog was a Patrick Swayze movie.
I think you're right.
But yeah, Meatloaf was in it.
He says I'm right. Woo! No worries, sir. No worries at all.
It is your bad.
Oh, you're bad. Shame on you.
Actually,
speaking of Kurt Russell, did you know they're rebooting Stargate? I heard that.
I heard that too.
Are they bringing back any of the original
the Chinese
actors?
Missile, he's coming down.
Do you know if they're bringing back any of the original actors, or if they're just recasting it?
David Spade. I'm sorry, not David, but Spade was in it, right?
Yeah, David Spade was in it.
Oh, it was David Spade.
And Christopher Judge.
As a matter of fact, there's another gentleman that I'm friends with on Facebook. What's his name?
I would love to have Christopher Judge narrate my books. I love his voice.
At least for cameos.
Peter Lorre would be better.
Tom Green will be playing Anubis, or is that Anubis? I'm the Latin. I get away with that crap. Yes, it was about a trucker.
About the movie Black Dog.
The Stargate reboot has been canceled.
Has been canceled?
Oh.
Like the Chinese Missile, it is coming back.
Has been canceled, yep.
Does it say why it was canceled? Because Richard Dean Anderson couldn't lose the weight.
Wow.
That's funny, but he was in the TV show, right?
Yeah, he was in the TV show. Greg says Spader was in the film. Michael Shanks was in the show with Judge. Okay, yeah. Spader was in the movie Stargate.
That's what I thought.
We were talking. I think we were talking. They're rebooting the series, not the movie.
Oh well, Kurt Russell. Was in the movie.
Yeah, Kurt Russell.
There was going to be a movie.
Sorry, I was going by the Kurt.
Not
Russell
anymore.
movie.
Yeah, it's all been canceled. Whatever it was, it's all gone.
Ball washing.
Well, oh well. You know, if Hollywood's looking for original sci-fi, I have 2 books.
You've got a lot of books.
No, I want them to produce The Wild Hunt.
Everybody out there that listens to this show,
Well, I was kind of hoping for
The Nightmare Hunter.
Yeah.
Everybody that listens to the show or likes my books, please go to Netflix's Facebook page and send them a message and tell them they need to make my books in the movie.
Okay.
That's an idea, yeah.
We started an email campaign. We'll get noticed.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you'll get noticed.
Yeah, Greg was talking about. He thought that Spader and Shanks were the same person because they do look a lot alike. And until my wife set him straight, she's like, "No, those are different people." But he sounds so much like him. Yes, I remember that. That was pretty funny.
Oh, Roger says he already did.
Louis says that was a good show and a movie. Roger, thank you so much. That is awesome.
You're welcome.
That would be freaking fantastic if Netflix picked them up.
Oh my god!
Because they couldn't just option one book; they'd have to option every series since they're connected.
Hey, by the way, DA, is there any news on your production, small production?
Oh, Aurelio's here. Woohoo! It's not a party till Aurelio gets here. Thank you for joining us, man.
Did you know that he's a doctor?
Aurelio's a doctor?
Yep.
What's he hanging around with us slobs for?
You know what? the educated man, yes, likes to party or late to the party. Aurelio's an educated man, and he, I guess he's learning.
And he still hangs out with us.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I'm not going to say it. That's too dark.
He's educated and he still hangs out with us. Oh, we got to laugh.
Wait, yeah, we got
to laugh from Aurelio. Aurelio, thank you for joining us.
That is funny. I was bragging about that all day to my personal assistant. There's this guy from the Philippines that listens to DA. He's a doctor from the Philippines. Can you imagine that? And she's like, and that means what to me? I'm like, shut up and do your taxes.
Greg says, I'd like a series based on Doug's sci-fi books. Can't remember the title, but I beta read the first one.
Oh, next comment. Next comment.
I pretend to be educated. That's awesome.
Doesn't take himself seriously.
You know, my wife teases me all the time. I've got 2 bachelor's degrees, and she's like, "You're a highly educated man, and you're still an idiot."
Yeah, that's Annette's comeback for anything. I'll say something stupid, and she'll go, "You're an idiot." And I'm like, "Well, you married me, so what's that make you?" You knew that
born this way.
You knew this going in. This wasn't a news flash. This didn't happen overnight.
I was born this way. I question your judgment.
So which one of us is really the idiot here? And you stuck around for almost 30 years.
You stuck around for 20-something years.
I've only gotten worse.
Did we lose Roger?
Roger, I think, had to either go get coffee or go to the bathroom. Roger Peacock says, I want to see all of them from Apex to Infinite Black. That would be fantastic. Greg says, the fool that follows the fool ducks. Nick, you haven't read the sci-fi, have you?
No, I haven't hit that one yet. I'm just starting on the zombie one.
Well, I'm thinking about adding you to the alpha list and have you start reading as I go, so you can find errors before I even go to print.
I'd be happy to do that. I keep sending them in on the Kindle. You know, all the old ones. I don't know if anybody's going to pick up on it. You know.
Well, anytime they alert me, I fix them. It's probably faster just to tell me.
Yeah. Problem is, a Kindle doesn't give you the exact page it was on. It will give you the Kindle page according to how large I have the print.
Well, I mean, if you find an error, highlight a sentence or two and send it to me in an email, and I can word search that sentence, and it'll take me straight to it.
Oh, you want to say? Oh, okay.
Just give me a sentence or two, and I can word search that just through the find, and it'll literally take me right to it.
Oh yeah. I'd be happy to proofread them if you want. No problem.
Okay.
I'm happy to announce that I had started out at 39 books behind. I went down to 27 and back up to 32. and now I'm down to 26. Thank God.
There you go.
I try to read every place and everywhere I am. There's too much to research, guys. Too much in the cryptid research stuff that I try to catch up on.
Well, there's always more.
And I read.
You
I
can
read
be
your
completely
stuff.
caught up, and in a month there'll be 10 more books out there.
Yeah, exactly. And I read your stuff to get away from everything else. But there's a lot of truth in a lot of the stuff that you write because of the fact that your research is so precise. Especially all the food eateries. I'm still thinking about those smoked meatball subs. Oh God.
Well, I'm apparently not correct according to a specific group that I left.
Yeah. Well,
I won't mention the group name of the group by name, but I just introduced myself and got jumped. So I'm like, yeah, I'm out.
I'm putting out to my group tomorrow to abandon them. They have something like 495 people in their group, and they're going to probably be down to 200 by the end of tomorrow. I mean, that's rude. That was totally rude. All you did was say hi, and they jumped on you.
Mm-hmm.
And some stupid comments, too. I mean, I went in there, and I was reading some other people talking. I was like, what the hell's wrong with you people? My God.
All I did was introduce myself.
You know?
Oh, well.
Usually it takes them at least a few sentences to piss people off.
Yeah, well, I've done it in less. Sometimes I can do it with just a look, but they didn't see any of the looks.
Based on one interview that DA did, it was after the third question. His interview was over in less than 2 minutes.
Oh, my God, yeah. I can't remember the name of the show.
It fucking matters.
Yeah. Roger was listening to the whole show. The guy had me on.
A lot of us were going
there was a
there.
bunch of people came to hear the interview, and the guy asked me, well, what are your books about? And I kind of gave him a brief description of the zombie books, because this is the Ragnarok books, and he asked me like 2 other questions, and I answered those, and he goes, well, that's all I've got. It was like 3 minutes into the interview. I'm like, what? Okay.
Wow. I must step away for just a minute, gentlemen. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Who do you call gentlemen?
What these people in that organization that you were speaking about don't understand is that you need to think outside the box, and you have to be open-minded when you're doing cryptozoology, because you never know where you're going to find a bit of truth, a bit of good information, solid. And if they actually were researchers, like they say they are, they would understand that if you look into folklore, and if you look into the things that like the Native Americans, the stories that they told their children and they passed on, that there is always a bit of truth in something, you know?
And if we've paid attention to Missing 411 and the native tales of people getting carried off and eaten, you can pretty much put to bed the teddy bears of the forest theory that they seem to favor.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, mythology and folklore and all of that stuff out there, there is always a bit of truth in everything. Some groups are weird. Yeah, some groups really are. I mean, I could not understand DA getting attacked like he was today. Just could not understand it. But no,
Greg, we're talking about a different group. This just happened. There was a page called the Bigfoot Forums years ago, back before Facebook was a thing, and I posted in there and basically got flamed by everybody because they said I was faking and everything, just because I was asking advice. So, yeah. But this was recent, dude. This was like yesterday.
You'll have to tell me about it offline.
I will. Yeah, I'm not going to mention any names on it. I just,
no, yeah.
I caught part of a podcast and thought, well, they're a little different, but I'll go check out their page and introduce myself and maybe make a few new contacts and talk to people. But no, I'd introduced myself and said I was a writer, and I got bam, 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 bam. I'm like, oh. What's the hate for? You don't even know me.
Damn. I mean, talk about bring the hate. They were bringing truckloads of that one.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
The group taking themselves too seriously. My God.
Yeah. Basically,
Nick,
one of them told me I was part of the problem. Why people don't take the field seriously because I wrote cryptid books.
Oh yeah. Okay. So what about the other 9 million authors out there too?
Yeah.
Now you're part of the problem.
It's like, Nick, I mean, you are probably our resident cryptid nonfiction expert. You're our resident cryptozoologist. You still have fun with us, and you still appreciate what DA does with his books. And, you can enjoy the suspension of disbelief that goes along with that.
Well, the thing is, his research, and he does a ton of research, and I compare him to Tom Clancy, who was a big man on research, and he came out with that. I mean, DA does the same thing. A lot of the stuff he's written actually is true. In Oklahoma, in Arkansas, you have places over there where in the last 4 months, there has been a rise in encounters. And I mean, I get, during a 7-day span every week, I get anywhere from 25 to 55 reports coming to me direct. And they're coming from all over the world because I run the international Dogman Project also. And I'm getting people from Finland telling me stuff. I get people from New Zealand, Australia, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. And over the last 4 months, I've gotten reports out to Yin Yang. And I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't I read about this someplace before? And sure enough.
One of the things I've noticed in my research on one of the things I noticed in my research on Dogman is 90 to 95% of the encounters all use the term evil when they start describing the Dogman.
Yeah.
They're not peaceful encounters. I don't know where they're getting that these are forest puppies that want to be their buddy, because that's just not the case. They've broken into people's houses. They've in the case of the LBL thing, they may have killed a family. These are not friendly creatures.
Oh, look at Lockett Ranch. I mean, that was...
Oh, yeah, Lockett Ranch is bad.
That is real bad. I mean, the grandfather who didn't want to give up his land and everything, he up-armored his house.
Yeah.
And they just did not want to let go. They did not want to stop. But
it was like a year and a half they fought those dogmen.
Yeah, and they were... I mean, they found out that if you hit them in the head with a bullet, it'll usually work. And a lot of those guys that were there in his house, they were pretty expert marksmen, and they kind of weeded out the dogmen that were there from, they had 12 at one time, they were down to 6, and that was it. But no, they had to leave.
They were ultimately driven off their land by dogmen. Yeah,
they took down their house. I mean, they were slamming into that house,
breaking walls and rafters and tunneling underneath the foundation.
After it was up armored, by the way, guys.
Yeah, after they shuttered it up and made it defensible, the dogmen just attacked it en masse.
Yeah.
It's a great story.
Unbelievable story. And the grandson is still alive, and he's the one that actually was able to, tell the story of everything that went on.
Do you have contact with the grandson?
I had contact with him at one time. That was several years ago.
I would love an introduction if you can find the contact information.
I can find them back. I'd give it to you. Yep.
Okay.
Definitely.
Greg says people who think that they can be lived with are like idiots who live with big cats or bears. Dead idiots walking. Mon General. Thank you for joining us, man. Hey, up to 6.
Yeah.
Barkeep around for everybody.
There you go. Hey, Nick, I noticed there's on your Region 3 page, there's a gal who I guess lives in close proximity with a family dog people, and she kind of acts like friends. I can't remember her name.
Yeah, her name is Danielle.
Danielle, yeah. Her story is interesting. Just the stuff that she posts. I just hope it's not like another grizzly man in making.
Yeah.
I had a quick question, though. It's something that you'd said, DA. I mean, do we want to consider them evil or just animalistic? Okay. I mean, because there is a difference.
Yeah, I agree there is a difference. But most of the encounters that I've read where people have had, I'm not talking people caught a glimpse of one running across the field, where they've had face-to-face close encounters. In fact, there's one, Nick can back me up on this one. There's a guy that lived just outside the LBL. He had a German Shepherd dog and had a doggy door in his kitchen, and it was trying to crawl through his dog door. It almost made it in the house. Everybody that's had a close-up sighting encounter where they've seen the face, 90 to 95% of those use the word evil when they talk about its eyes.
Well, if he's crawling through the doggy door, he better be meeting Mr. Remington with double odd buck.
Oh, yeah. I got 15 rounds in the Keltec KSG, and he'd have got all of them.
What's LBL?
Land between the
lakes.
Oh, yeah.
It's a national park that sits right on the border of Tennessee and Kentucky.
Yeah.
And it's not too far from here. It's about 5.5 hours, I think it is from here.
Another one of those weird stories where the government's like, oh, shit happened there and there's stuff going on there. Let's make a park out of it so, we can control it.
Well, actually, there were accounts and sightings in that area dating back to when that area was settled. Right. And then Nick, correct me if I'm wrong, was it like in the early 1960s when they made that into a lakes?
Yes.
I think it was around 63. I think it was under Kennedy when they decided to dam up two of the rivers to create reservoirs for drinking water for that area. And the government went in and kicked people off their land. There's still ruins and pieces of houses out there in the deep woods that the nature's reclaimed. But even before they did that, there were sightings in that area.
Yeah, back in 1886, some woodsmen, they actually, that was like one of the first reported sightings in 1886. And ever since then, it started to, people came forward with it. I'm being told by a lot of people, though, that a lot of folks, when they see things, they just don't want to come forward, for fear of losing their jobs, especially nowadays. And this is a conversation I just had a few days ago with several people that we were all on together like we're on now. And I mean, they're quite admitting it, coming forward saying, yeah, this actually happened, but I'm not giving my name and I can't say this because I'm up for a promotion to such and such a job. And, I'm not going to get it if they think I'm some kind of a alien.
Get sent to the loony bin.
I've talked to a number of guys that are current law enforcement, not necessarily in my area, as I know a lot of guys from out the Midwest. But I've talked to a lot of guys that are currently still in law enforcement that have seen things that they will not go on record for because it could destroy their career.
Well, didn't you bring up that one guy who used to park out at Bald who had his car?
He quit law enforcement over that.
Yeah.
There was a deputy down in Stone County, Missouri, where Joe Bald Recreation is, and a lot of the deputies used to go down there and park because it was quiet and they'd do reports. Well, this was, I want to say 2005, somewhere back in there. Before I knew a lot of the guys down there. Anyway, he went down there, backed into one of the old campsites to do reports. And while he was sitting there with his engine running, trying to do reports, something came up behind the car and slammed down on the trunk deck enough to make the Charger drop almost to the ground. And he said when he hit the brake lights and looked in the rearview mirror, all he saw was something hairy and wide, and he threw it in gear and punched it and never went back. Actually ended up quitting not long after that.
Oh, he just wanted a donut. Jeez.
Yeah, give him a donut.
Gabriel Iglesias. By the way, we got 2 more likes. Gentlemen, forgive me. The likes are from Matt Roper and Luis Noriega. Come on down.
Slanjama.
You are the next contestants on DA Ex Machina.
DA, you said 05. That would be a Crown Vic then, wouldn't it?
No, I think they had Chargers back then. It may have been a Crown Vic. I never saw the car. I just heard the story from a deputy that knew that deputy.
Right. Sorry, I didn't think the Chargers come on till later.
Well, I know my department that I worked at has been using. They still had Crown Vics as late as like 2012, but by 2007, almost the entire fleet was Chargers.
Did you hear? Speak of fleet of cars, Have you heard everybody's got to go to the SUVs since Ford shut down the Taurus line?
Yeah, I heard about that. They're going to take some backlash off that. Although Ford did introduce an Interceptor F-150 for law enforcement that's
Yeah, I
capable
sent
of
you that.
it's capable of doing over 100 miles an hour on broken terrain.
An F-150?
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's got in the bed, it's got compartments, that lockable compartments where they can store riot gear, and it's a badass truck. I want one.
I'm waiting for them to trick out the Bronco.
Yeah.
A lot of places to get rid of cars. I mean, I just bought a vehicle recently, and Chevrolet, for example, has only the Chevy Spark and their electric line now.
Yeah.
Like I was wanting a new Malibu. They quit making the Malibu. Buick discontinued all of their cars. Buick has 5 SUVs, and that's their entire line now. And so, my old car was an '04 Malibu. I was hell bent that I was going to get a new Malibu. I've loved it. And my choices were a Chevy Spark or the Volt and the Bolt. And I wanted something that ran on gasoline. And so I went with a small Buick SUV.
Greg says, I used to listen to one YouTube channel about dogmen, and the term was used all the time. And I think he was talking about when I said evil. He said, or getting a visit from the MIP.
So I got a question for you, Nick.
All right,
and I
I'm taking names to send the boys from the company to talk to you.
Oh, Dia and I had a talk on one broadcast about the dogmen, and in his books, the dogmen are kind of an offshoot of Native American, bad magic, black magic, and we had talked about maybe it could be like a divergent evolutionary offshoot, where like one branch of the dire wolves, went off into being a regular 4-legged critters, and another branch turned into the canid type dogmen. What do you think they are?
That's the odd thing, because the skinwalkers, shapeshifters, that the Native Americans talk about, you'll often see or have reports of, and I know that there was one just on YouTube of they were watching a creature from about 900 feet away, and it was on all fours, and then it went up on twos, and it was climbing a mountainside, and then suddenly it went down on all fours, and you'll see it's like here, and then suddenly it's over here, but it looks like a coyote. So we're talking about some sort of a shape-shifting creature, and so the I don't know. I'm going to have to say the vote is probably out right now on everything. Whether it's whether there is just a section saying yes, there are dogmen, there are shapeshifters, and there are skinwalkers. I think there's all three. I think there's all three out there.
I agree.
Teacher, Nick, when you say shapeshifters, are you talking about like cloaking device type shit, stuff like that? No, I'm not being sarcastic, Nick. But seriously, shapeshifters, what do you mean? Seriously.
A shapeshifter meaning he's in the person is in the form of a human, and then goes into the form of, say, a mountain lion. And then from a mountain lion goes into the form of possibly a coyote.
The skinwalkers the Navajo skinwalkers are supposed to be able to turn into anything.
Yeah, but they're supposed to be wearing.
Roger, is that Alpha that's behind you?
Teacher, he's being a jerk.
Hey, DA.
Yes, sir.
I grabbed a couple images for you.
Ooh, yeah, that's it.
Oh, I can't stand up now.
Look at that.
And they have another one where you can put a canine in the back there. And then these are the
I just want one. I want one.
Wasn't the original idea for that from Walker, Texas Ranger? I mean,
no, his was a Dodge.
Really? Chuck used to use something all the time.
Chuck had a Dodge.
Now, what's interesting of that, gentlemen, is I'm going to have to go to my place of business and I'm going to take pictures. That is the very same setup that we have for our vehicles for our field crews, such as working supervisors, superintendents. We already have that, but it's not tricked out with the police garb. We're just simple civil servants. Oh, by the way, Josh, the park that I don't know nothing about, that I'm not involved in any way whatsoever.
Right.
It's
That one.
almost finished. I'm going to see if I can get some pictures.
Okay.
Nick, I think this is directed at you. It says, what if it's the other way? Animals who can assume human form.
Oh, I asked the question, teacher.
I kind of doubt that one. I mean, it's anything is possible, but the higher level of thinking, to do that, I don't think that's possible.
I think Roger was talking about the truck.
That's so cool.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with Nick on that. I would think an animal that assumed human form wouldn't have the intellect to pull it off. I would think, it would still think like an animal.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a wolf right now, and it turns into a human.
Well, your poetic license is just a little bit different, DA.
A little bit. Well, I talk about the Yolanga dog Lala, the dog man in mine. What I said is they were Hota Metaneo who went bad, and they were locked in that form. So inside, they've still got a human intelligence, but they've been feral for so long. When they would turn back, it would I don't think they would be the same. They would be more animalistic, more evil.
Now, and going back a little bit about what you just mentioned, DA, about all dogmen being evil.
Mm-hmm.
All the stories we hear, they're tearing people apart and everything. I kind of think that my admin and partner over there on the International Dogman Project, who is based out of Finland, she kind of disagrees with that.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of mind speak with her. This is what I'm getting from her, and some of them are bad, and some of them are not. Well, the majority are not. She's telling me.
Well, the version of the quote unquote werewolf, the Irish version, they were actually protectors of people. So if there may be more than one type out there, I'm sure some of them, and you get personality variances among animals that just like you do people. I mean, you can get two dogs that look identical, and one's a biter, and one just wants to be petted.
Yeah.
I would assume there would be good
the phrase
ones.
You're looking for is "don't paint with a broad brush."
Yeah, but by that same token, the bulk of the encounters I've read about dogmen talk about them being evil. Go ahead, Rod. You guys are just high-fiving each other?
No.
He had a question.
Teacher.
I was just dicking with him.
Okay.
Thank you, Josh, for dicking with me.
Well, DA, let's flip back to script to law enforcement. How many asshole encounters would you say you read about versus the Good Samaritan that make it into your reports?
I don't know, Josh.
Would that be the same turnaround?
I wouldn't say the same, because 90% of the calls you would go on, you're going to deal with an asshole, because you don't get called when somebody's having a good time at their birthday. You get called when somebody's having a birthday party and Uncle Jimmy gets drunk and starts beating people up.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Raj.
Gentlemen, going back to what you guys are talking about, what these creatures could be and stuff. Look, I'm really dumb when it comes to it, but a little while ago, maybe about 20, 30 minutes ago, Nick mentioned that there are also like Sasquatch and the like. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I misheard you, Nick. But there are some down in New Zealand as well. I don't mean to be stupid on this, but are there some down there? If so,
they've been sighted all over the world. Similar creatures
all over. Yeah, I mean, I know Australia and New Zealand are islands unto themselves out there, but somehow they got out there.
Okay. Oh, all right. Fair enough. I mean,
it's wild. I mean, where these people, everybody is reporting this. Thousands of people have reported it over the years, over the centuries, and we've got people out there saying, no, it's not possible. Well, they also said that there's no such thing as the Komodo dragons when they discovered those years ago, and there's
the Billy Ape.
And there's four Indonesian islands where they're at, which I personally do not want to visit.
You said Bigfoot in New Zealand were the extras in Lord of the Rings.
They were the Urukai. They just shaved
They were
them.
the Union guys. They held out.
If these things have been around for as long as we think they may have been, I mean, the continents were at one point much closer together to the point where it was a hypercontinent.
Yeah.
Right.
Pangea.
Now we're talking millions of years, though.
Uh-huh.
But okay, I just wanted to know what some of the thinking is, gentlemen. I'm not a non-believer. I mean, shit, come on. I believe. I just wondered if there was some thinking as to how they may have gotten out there, because look, New Zealand really is out of the way, even more so than Australia. So
Yeah. Greg says I can name at least 3 species with at or near human intelligence, gorillas being the most obvious.
And some coworkers.
Yowies are in New Zealand and Australia.
Right.
Yowie's the Australian Bigfoot.
Right.
Oh, wait, what was that?
Yowie?
Yowie?
That's what they call them.
Yep.
Oh,
I would wonder if...
go ahead and defend Josh. Go ahead.
I wonder if the Australian dogman could be possible. Like our dogmen tend to be more coyote, wolf based. From the reports we're getting, I wonder if theirs would be like more dingo based. If
that would be interesting to see. Yeah.
Yeah. If the dogs would, I mean, like if you were to find a dogman in Russia, would it look like one of those? What is it, Avcharkas or whatever?
Or a Siberian wolf.
Forest type.
Yeah. Would it look like the dogs?
Yeah, I would say. I would guess. I don't know. I mean, without seeing one, we wouldn't know. I was going to say something. Oh, that's funny. Dingo Man ate my baby.
Oh my god! That wasn't where I was going with it, but I love it.
That's funny. I completely forgot what I was going to say. I was going to say something. Nah.
That is a good
idea. It'll either occur to me or it won't.
I have a very large base of membership out in Australia, which I never realized before until one of the Australian members said, "Do we have anybody out here in Australia?" Then suddenly everybody's peeking up saying, "Yeah, I'm from here, I'm from there, I'm from Sydney." And I wound up counting, I think I lost count at about 60. So
wow.
Just in Australia alone, I've got 60 members. I mean, which is really good.
Gentlemen, all hands on deck.
What's up, Roper?
On the 1MC, gentlemen, there he is.
And there he is, center square at the bottom.
Aurelio says, I would think there'd be slight changes in their appearances, evolution due to terrain, climate, etc. Yeah, I would agree. I would think that would be the case.
Just like the abominable snowman is supposedly having a whitish, grayish type fur versus the Sasquatch over here in the United States and Canada, which has more of the black and the brown fur.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I would imagine so, to fit in with the area, as their own personal camouflage.
Well, that's right. Animals do survive based on those that can conform or can survive. Nature finds a way.
Yeah,
and they can make it.
Thank
Easy
you
there, Mr.
Thank you
Goldblum.
there. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Thank you, Jeff Goldblum.
I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. I didn't mean to take your line there, sir.
Slap. You can call me Slap.
I apologize, Mr. Slap.
Nick, I believe, if I remember correctly, some of the things I read, several Native American tribes spoke of dogmen and Bigfoot going to war against each other.
Yes, exactly, and they actually prefer the Sasquatch because they feel that they're not as aggressive as the Dogman.
Yeah.
And also Lockett Ranch, the original Lockett Ranch was inhabited by the Native Americans.
I believe it was Choctaw, wasn't it?
Yeah, and obviously Choctaw and Cherokee.
Mm-hmm.
And they had sent warriors out to fight them, and they lost. And
really?
And they decided, that's it, we're moving, and they moved. And that's how the Locketts, came into
possession of the land.
Possession of the Lockett Ranch. It's a really nice area too, the Lockett Ranch, and it's a shame. It's a shame all that history that they have over there has all been violent history.
I would love to take a trip down to Taylor, Mississippi, and see if we can find that ranch.
It's easy enough to find. It's a heck of a lot easier than finding the site in LBL.
That would be awesome, though.
We can find the site in LBL, but it's harder. But Lockett Ranch is easy to find.
DA, you just got to bring Kerry with you. He should have the lowdown on it. Remember, he's from Mississippi.
Yeah, he's a Mississippi boy.
It's like the aliens versus predators. Yeah, my brother says that. Yeah.
Whenever I do any sort of like research on dogmen and stuff, the Michigan dogman comes up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
What could you just kind of go into that a little bit, Nick? On it's hard for me to sort fact from fact is relative in this case, but was it a hoax? Was it not a hoax?
No, it was not a hoax. It's the basic premise on the Michigan Dogman is people driving down the highway late at nighttime and the Dogman coming up out of the side of the roadside, and that's where they saw him. Also, there's other people with reports about encounters where the Dogman was pacing their car at 40, 45 miles an hour.
So unless Usain Bolt's out there wearing a hairy suit trying to freak people out, I don't think it happened. I don't think it was a guy.
So if it's a guy out there in a suit, he's not going to be keeping pace with your car, at all. And some of the reports I got, these two ladies, they were driving down one of the roadways there in Michigan, and they saw something by the side of the road, and it looked large, but it was like laying on the side of the road. And one of the ladies stopped the car, and the driver got out. Really? Okay, at 10:12 at nighttime, I'm going to get out and I'm going to investigate this big hairy lump in the road. Why not just drive by it and let your light hit it? Anyway, she gets out and it decides to stand up on its two legs and scared the piss out of her and her daughter. So no, all the ones you've heard in Michigan, those are encounters, and those are encounters that were told, that were actually reported.
Because one of the Michigan dogmen, oh sorry, Roger, I was going to say 1961. Apparently, a night watchman took a picture, and it's I don't know. This picture is, I don't know what to think of it. I can put it up here for us.
Yeah, put it up.
Yeah.
Rayleo says, not to be stupid, but what's the difference between a werewolf and a dogman?
A dogman is a dogman all the time. A werewolf is a human that has a disease and turns into a werewolf, into a dogman-looking thing. But also, they're a lot smaller.
So that's like a woman, except when she's a bitch. Okay.
Oh, Jesus.
Danger.
Roger,
I'm sorry.
you're going to get us
I was on
banned.
mute. I'm sorry.
What is this supposed to be a picture of?
So, according to, in 1961, a night watchman was patrolling a manufacturing plant in Big Rapids, Michigan, where he saw a figure, was getting ready to pull his gun and shoot when he remembered he had a camera. And see, this is where I start getting a little sketch on this. Like, if I had the choice between a camera and a gun, and I'm looking at this, I'm not going to go for the camera.
No,
he was probably thinking, if I don't get a picture of this, nobody's going to believe it.
Yeah, take pictures later.
Yeah, I'd rather take pictures of a body
after it's been ventilated by 357.
Greg thinks that's a cougar.
That does not look like a cougar to me. That's a wolf type head, and it's not a dead animal because the eyes are reflecting.
That's right.
So I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's a picture from 1961.
A picture, nonetheless. It would be less likely to be faked.
That is a stuffed panther.
That doesn't look feline to me at all. It looks more canine.
Yeah, that does not look feline. No,
I don't make any claims of being any kind of expert, but that looks lupine, not canine. Lupine, not feline.
Someone said, look up the Arizona dogman. I'm seeing Indian Wells, Arizona dogman. I don't know if that's what they're referring to.
They're reported all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Nick just a moment ago when he was talking about some of the activity up in Michigan. Where are you getting, what's the impression you're getting, or based on the reports, where's most of the activity right now, maybe in the United States?
Right now, from my reports and from reports of other regions in the NADP when we get together and we compile it. Right now, it's more in Arkansas and Oklahoma, and it's in New York State. That's where the last 2 months. I mean, it was just like going. I couldn't keep up with all the reports, and that's where the that's where what I forgot which show I was on. DA, I think I was on with you and maybe Roger.
Yeah.
When I mentioned that I had 3 teams out in the field throughout the country, NADP field teams, and we got so many calls that one lady, she contacted Jody Cook, our founder of NADP. Jody called up and told me, listen, you got to get a team down to this lady. She was in Highland, New York. I will tell you exactly where that was. Highland, New York. And she was afraid to go out of her house and go to work. And I had to go up there with a small team. It's just myself and 2 other guys. And it turned out not to be dogmen. It turned out to be Sasquatch. And I think you guys threw a picture up there of what we believed it was from the pictures that she showed us and where we measured to on the tree. And it's phenomenal to me. It was a 15-foot Sasquatch.
I remember you said that. And didn't you say that she was leaving food out for it?
She didn't tell us this, by the way, but
God damn it.
I said to her, I said, what is going on? I said, we put the cayenne pepper around your property. We put it all around there. She had up against the house, she had a 3-sided fenced in area where she had her garbage cans, right? And she had metal going across the top that was secured. And that was torn apart. Now, we didn't know, but she was going to a tree stump and she was leaving like anywhere from 6 to 8 apples there every day. Now, first of all, it's called gifting. You don't gift a Sasquatch because the day you stop doing it, they get pissed off. And that's the end of that. And she couldn't understand why they were going wild. Well, she didn't leave anything for about 3 or 4 days. And like her garbage area was totally ripped to shreds. Now, I'm sorry, but a raccoon couldn't do that. You know, a raccoon could not do that. And when the 3 of us were out there and we were searching the area, it was a little bit after 1 o'clock in the morning. We had to go. And we had a log thrown at us. The log was approximately 7 to 8 inches round, and it was about 6 feet long. And it didn't fall from a tree. I'm sorry, there were no tree branches that thick. It got thrown at us. And one of my guys, the tip of his boot, hit the edge of the log. Now it's pitch black over there. And we had on headlights and we had on handheld flashlights, besides being totally jocked up. And we were looking around and that thing came whipping. We didn't know where the hell it came from, but one of my guys tripped on it and he wrenched his knee. And I had to give him first aid. And we just carried him out of there and took him in the truck and got him out of there. And I spoke with her on the telephone. And that's where she was telling me about, the feeding and all this and that, because she couldn't understand why they kept coming back and they were so aggressive. Well, I'll tell you, we gave it off to Adirondacks team, Sasquatch team, and we gave it off to them because they're up in the area and they're more well equipped. We handle dogmen. I'm going to let them handle the Sasquatch. But if and so there's a 15-foot Sasquatch, can you imagine? I was discussing this with the guy from the Sasquatch team in the Adirondacks, and he goes 3,000 to 4,000 pounds. Seriously, give me a break.
Big animal.
Give me a break. That is one big creature. I'm not even going to call it an animal. A big creature. If it's that, I don't even want to see that.
Now, Nick, just a question for you. Do you guys when you go to calls like that, do you guys go into depth as why they're acting up? Since you were talking about your hot spots, what's the reason why there's a hot spot there? Is there development, logging?
Well, let's see. The one on the East Coast in the Adirondacks, there were townhouse developments up in that area. we got to interview a few people, but we didn't get to interview as many as we normally do. Now, just to back up a teeny bit, but I'll keep on your question. Normally, I will go in the field only with 7. That's my rule. And we were kind of ordered to go in because she kept bothering Mr. Cook. So he called me up and he says, listen, you got to get somebody to go there. There's just 3 of us. With 7, I'm kind of confident that we can handle ourselves. But 3 people, I mean, it's kind of rough to cover, up and to the sides and in back of you and all over the place. Now, up in the Adirondacks, what we did, like I said, they were building townhouses. So that's why I think that was starting to happen. With this lady, I don't understand, but I think she's telling me that she does this all the time now. She's been doing it for years, but she's never missed a day. One of her parents was sick, so she wasn't there for 3 days, and she didn't leave anything. So that's when all the sort of violent actions were happening. I'll tell you the truth, I was glad to hand it off to the Sasquatch team. Let them handle it from there.
Good rule of thumb is don't feed the big things.
That anything.
That applies to bears.
Yeah.
When they get used to the food, when the food stops, they're liable to come in and look for it.
Well,
There's videos on YouTube all over the place. If you look up bear breaks into house, you'll find dozens of videos where some moron was feeding a black bear, and when they stopped, the black bear decided, well, I'll just feed myself, and rips the back door off the hinges and goes in the house and destroys it.
And unless you have a fully armored door, which is also having pieces of metal going across and holding it, that bear's going to bust right through that door. Mm-hmm. I don't care what you got. A bear is 10 times stronger than a human.
And that's a black bear. Imagine a grizzly bear.
Yeah, exactly. And we're only talking about black bear here. And the weight that he could put behind a shot is phenomenal.
So someone earlier had mentioned the Arizona dogman. I ran across a photo. There's not a lot of sauce on it. I came up with that. I don't know. That looks, I don't know.
Looks like a dog.
It looks like a dog, but
yeah.
Nick, what's your opinion?
It also looks like
you can kind of see the ears.
It also looks like a billy goat.
Could also be a goblin from World of Warcraft.
Right, exactly.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe they got it off some kind of a game, but it does look like a sort of a variant, a wolf
goblin.
But it looks like it's on all fours and not standing on. It's not bipedal.
Now, this next image I have actually has some what I just called sauce, like some info behind it. This was actually posted on 12 News NBC out of Montana. It's a they say it's a wolf-like creature. While it has some wolf-like features, they're saying that the DNA was inconclusive, and there were some other features about it that were not wolf-like.
Might have been a relic dire wolf.
Well, that's what they're saying. It could be related to the dire wolf, or even possibly some sort of dogman that didn't transform. I don't know.
No, dogman is dogman all the time.
Right.
Unless he's a shapeshifter of some sort. That does look more like a dire wolf. They've had reports. First of all, that looks a little bit emaciated. It looks dried up. And they've had reports of dire wolf type hybrids up in Canada coming down. Shit. And that's what that looks like.
Yeah, and being in Montana, that's, very plausible that they could have come down.
Yeah.
I mean,
they didn't have to show a passport either.
I wonder if they got their shots. But
he wasn't wearing a mask. Dang Canadians.
That's an old picture, though. I mean, I've seen that a few years ago.
Yeah, it
just
happened to
look like a koi wolf. How big was it, Josh?
Asking about the wolf.
Let's see. Yeah, it is an older. It was back in 2018. That just happened to come up when I was looking for the Arizona dogman. That's why
they didn't post the weight and measures of that, because it looks big. It does look very big for a wolf laying on the tailgate.
That's because the Hunt came in and took the carcass off.
That's right. He was lifted out on a cargo net underneath a black helicopter.
Did you guys catch Aurelio's comment where he says, could you imagine them being in a troop? He said, yeah, it's called Wild Hunt, pal.
Get them plugs in here, guys.
Hell yeah! I mean, I'm sorry.
Steve, hold up the shirt. Hold up the shirt.
I thought I was going to make it a lot longer than I did, but I am about to pass out, so I'm going to go to bed before I fall asleep like Roger does on the show.
Hey, Slap Johnson there. Did you notice who's hanging out on my mic?
I did. I saw that.
Wild Hunt shirt.
Awesome shirt.
So,
What shirt you got on?
Oh, I've got the this pub and
Oh,
grub
that
shirt.
one. Yeah.
You can get yours too at my Teespring store.
all right, boys and girls, have a good night.
Good night.
See you, Roper.
Bye.
Thanks for coming in, man.
Yeah, well, it's been a long day. We did a marathon league today, and
How'd you do?
I came in 4th place overall.
I didn't get to watch all of it. I watched for a little while.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you tuning in.
Not a problem.
All right.
Thank you for sending me the link.
Yeah, man. All right. Well,
Be safe, man. Be
Bye.
safe.
All right. No problem.
Steve, what
problem.
brand of T-shirt are they?
They are. Let's see.
Are they Gildan?
The ones I got it's made by a company called Next Level Apparel. There are, huh?
I never heard of them.
The shirts from Teespring do seem to be pretty good quality shirts, though.
I got the
Yeah,
basic
basic
shirt for ours, and I was very impressed with even the basic.
Yeah, this is the next step up, and they're like a polyester rayon cotton mix.
Little stretchy.
They're a little
That's
stretchy. They're kind of a softer underarm feel.
Well, that's a cool logo on the back. What is that?
Yes,
No
this
shit.
logo. You mean this one?
I have never seen that logo before.
What
How
a
do
great
the
logo
red
that
eyes
is.
show up? Does the red eyes show up pretty good? I'm not really seeing it on
I'm
camera.
able to
they
see
do.
I
them
can
here.
see it.
They
Yeah.
do.
I see the Bigfoot. I don't see the A too
The
good.
dogman's under the A. You have to scoot it over to your right there, Steve.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't
That-
pop quite. It doesn't pop quite as the Sasquatch, but it's a little bit small figure too.
Sasquatch is
Yeah.
just bigger.
But it's got the red eyes on it. Now
That's awesome.
the pub and grub shirt doesn't have the DA logo on the back. It's
It
just a
doesn't?
plain. It does not. No, it's just
It
a
was
plain back.
supposed to. It might have glitched. I need to go in and update some of those if they'll ever fix their website. I've been having a lot of trouble with them.
Yeah. No, I've got nothing on the back of this one. But the Wild Hunt one does.
There's also DAX Machina gear there.
Mhm.
And in the Wild Hunt section, you can get like drinkware as well.
I saw the
I'm
All
hoping
the
for the
damn
next-
drinking that we do.
Well, coffee cups. There's a beer mug, a beer glass.
a stain.
I'm hoping for
No,
the
it's
next
like a beer
podcast to
glass.
have the Ex Machina shirt.
Yeah, I've got to order a couple of those in myself. I may do that tonight.
Something's wrong with the color on my camera here. Otherwise, I would show you my cups here that I invented here.
Hey, you fixed it.
Went.
and both sides we have something.
Very nice.
That's
Oh, yeah, the
nice.
color came in a little bit better when I
Yeah,
came.
when you got closer, it fixed the color.
What's wrong with that thing? God.
It's like it had like that sepia old like 70s tint to it.
Well, want to give a big shout
I
out and
can't say
thank
we
you to everybody.
technology.
Want to give a big shout out and thank you to everybody that's tuning in and who has been supporting on the pages. The DA author page is getting close to 2,100 likes. The All Tower Media page is just about to hit 500. The Nightmare Hunter page just broke 500, and the NDB Media page just broke 600.
Oh,
So we need to do something to celebrate.
we drink at dawn.
Bushmills 21. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
What do you want to do, DA?
I don't know. I was trying to think of something really good.
We'll meet at that.
Since the Nightmare Hunter is going to be on this Monday, maybe we can go ahead and give out a much higher gift this time at a lower level. Oh, no, screw it. Well, we'll stick at 30 because we've been breaking records.
We've got MK Davis coming on Monday night.
Oh, that might not be fair. I think the numbers are just going to be through the roof. Every time Nick is on, and I expect this new guest, whenever we have a guest, the numbers just shoot through the roof. That should tell us everything.
Nick, our guest Monday night on the Nightmare Hunter, if you want to pop in, is MK Davis.
Ah, nice.
Just real quick, since we did mention giveaways and numbers, when we hit 500, we're going to be doing an apparel giveaway on All Tower Media.
Nice.
So as soon as we get there, we're going to give away $100 worth of our store stuff.
Awesome. Roger Peacock says those next level apparel shirts are nice. I've got a couple Century Siren shirts made by them. And Greg says, Doug, do you still have the old fake sheriff shirts for Ragnarok? I've got a couple of them, just my own personal ones, but I don't have any of the extras left. I wish I did. If I had a whole box of those things, I'd send them to all you guys. But those were shirts we made 7 years ago.
What do they look like?
You know what your basic law enforcement shirt looks like? It's got a badge on the left breast, which is the Nathaniel County badge with a Thor's hammer on it. And on the back, it says NCSO, Nathaniel County Sheriff's Office. And the O on NCSO is a reticule from a rifle with a zombie in the middle of it.
That's awesome.
I want one of those so bad.
Hell yeah.
With power, not hammer. Yeah, not bad. Looks nice.
You can swing that sucker around. I'm going to tell you, it's heavy. you'll get that.
How much does it weigh?
4 arms about that. You can actually weigh this up to. You can put more lead shot in it, but this one here weighs about 25 pounds.
That'll get somebody's attention.
Use that for swinging around exercise. You know.
That's
Just
awesome.
Let go.
This is solid steel too. It's not cheap stuff.
Damn.
It really is amazing.
I would like to share with the audience when Mr. Roper took a shot at me at the very end. I will say, for those of you that were paying attention, internally, I'm sharing internal communications. For those of you that remember when Matt was on, if you noticed what his mic looked like, use your imagination. There it is. Thank you. I made a comment about it internally. It took people a while to realize it. And then Matt himself commented by taking a shot at me. Now you know why. It's not my fault that I had the phallic symbol right there in my face. Hey, it is what it is.
That's right. He's used to having a big white penis in his face.
Oh, Matt, yes. I had to clarify that one. I had to clarify it.
Unnecessary roughness, 10 yards, still first down.
Okay. I got to take shots at my fellow guys when I get a chance.
Even when they're not here to defend themselves.
Especially when they're not here to defend themselves.
Sure, what he gets for being tired.
I mean, we do the same thing to Roger and Steve when they're not here, so.
And I assume me as well.
Oh, what you're always here, though.
I have no idea what you guys said when I had to go to the bathroom.
What's that, Nick?
He does take 3-minute breaks, bathroom breaks.
We have taken shots at you on your break, especially Kat. When she was here, she didn't hold back.
I've got to go back and listen to that. Then.
DA, let me tell you that Steve and Nick were wonderful. They did not take one shot at you. They kept the conversation going. I'm being a snitch, but in a good way. They were professional, genteel. Dude, we didn't even know you were gone. Ooh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say.
Probably a better show.
Then he's the conductor of the
Mexicans do for snitches.
Snitches get stitches. Roger froze up.
Oh, Roger broke himself.
Roger just broke the fourth wall.
Oh, he's lagging.
Hotel related. I know. Yeah,
Roger's lagging pretty bad.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You sound
My
like
daughter must be dreaming. Damn it!
You kind of sound like the voice on Portal.
Gladys.
Yeah,
you're like Gladys's dad.
I like where his.
Oh.
Roger's
I
gun.
should screenshot that. He had that little shit-eating grin going when he froze.
Yeah.
He was like Gladys's dad, only with a little bit of a Spanish accent. Just a touch. Oh, he went away.
He's trying to get back in, but he looks like he's frozen already. Craig says, speaking of breaking the fourth wall, Deadpool 3 is supposedly a go. Well, here's hoping it was better than Deadpool 2, which was a solid disappointment.
No, it was a disappointment. It was Mortal Kombat.
I haven't seen it. Don't really plan to.
You don't even have to. It just, I'll tell you right now, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. I think number 1 was really good, but number 2 stunk. And then number 3 was even worse than it's like, come on. I mean, it's so easy to get something like that correct, and they didn't do it.
I didn't care for their whole their new main character that they added to it.
The whole purpose of that is the same reason, like Harry Potter exists. It's the outside person to introduce it to the universe and basically exposition character.
Yeah.
But they should have just used.
Now Josh froze up.
We should have just used an in-game person for that. They didn't need to create a new character for exposition. They could have just said Liu Kang or Sonya Blade was new to the universe and been the exposition. I didn't like the new character.
No. I thought the movie was neat. I enjoyed it. There was enough fan service in there that entertained me. But yeah, I wasn't. And then, I just don't think that they thought about that well. When his great big superpower was the Wakanda ripoff. I wasn't real.
The Wakanda Aquaman suit.
Yeah, I wasn't a fan.
Speaking of movies that I haven't watched yet, has anybody had a chance to watch this?
Oh, wow.
Beast.
It just came out the first part of April, and the beginning of it looks a little tepid. I mean, it's college students on some safari out into the woods, basic thin plot, but that's where things change up. They encounter Wendigo, including the spiritual type Wendigo that takes possession of a body. And while these Wendigo are rampaging around, Bigfoot shows up, and the fight is on.
They stole your idea.
Bigfoot versus Wendigo. I want to see this movie.
Mm-mm.
I still want an end of universe Gugway versus Dogman.
I honestly think the Gugway will take a Dogman.
You think? I mean, yeah. I want to see
your standard Dogman. Your standard Dogman, I think a Gugway would kill it. Now put a Gugway up against Will.
That's what I would like to see.
Maybe
one of the characters.
What about
or maybe Kodiak?
Kodiak, yeah.
Gugway versus Kodiak. Yeah, an alpha against either Will or Kodiak would be one hell of a fight.
I was talking about Alpha versus Gugway.
Oh, an alpha Dogman? That'd probably be a pretty big hellacious fight as well. They'd definitely chew up the real estate.
A 12-foot Dogman, that would be something to see.
Mm-hmm.
But that Mortal Kombat 3 that I saw it on a pirated channel, and it's really cool. I'm watching it, and all of a sudden you see this go across the bottom, right? I'm like, what the hell is that? You get people standing up because I guess somebody was in a theater.
With a hidden phone filming it.
That's funny.
I mean, that's the funniest thing. Somebody's in the movie. You can see him in the back there.
I have a little gem I'm going to drop. You guys have all read. What the heck was that?
When he takes his headset on and off,
okay.
Feedback.
Sound like we're in a thunderstorm. You guys have all read Apex Predator, Hunter's Moon, the third one.
Right.
No, but you can talk about it. It ain't gonna bother me.
Okay, well,
Gonna bother us.
I'm not going to give a lot of details since Josh hasn't read it, but you guys,
No, go ahead.
there was a
sorry.
surprise who some of the dogmen turned out to be. And one of them died, quote unquote, died off camera dealing with a gugway.
Right.
I'm not going to say that character is actually dead.
Oh shit!
That'd be fun.
That
Well,
character
he
is probably going to
stayed
make a return.
He stayed behind, so we don't know what really happened.
Right. But when
was
Will and
assumed.
Kodiak were getting away, you heard all hell break loose, but I never revealed the body.
Nope.
Interesting.
So this
Oh,
is what's great about having DA on any of the shows. At right around 3.5 hours, when we all start getting a little tired, he just starts dropping all kinds of stuff about the books.
Well,
So those of you guys watching, just hang out long enough, you'll get sneak peeks and readings, and stuff like the new Ragnarok series that he teased on the last show.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Speaking of
was
which,
a little
did you-
more than a tease, man.
Yeah,
that was,
I read
that was
the
full
intro.
grade 1 porno, man.
I'm glad I wasn't driving when he started reading. I was like, "Ooh, I love it."
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot more.
That was
there's a lot
zombie
more
porn.
There's a lot more there.
Oh, I don't like that.
If getting him tired does this, I can't imagine if I plied him with some Bushmills or something.
Oh,
you know?
you get me drunk. I'll tell you the whole
God, I
story.
wanna hear all this
I'll
stuff.
reveal plots to books I haven't written yet.
Oh, yeah, he will. Just a little bit of liquor and he'll tell you the story. You guys all heard that DA and I spoke quite a bit, and I think it was somewhere near the second book where
Thank you,
he
Roger.
mentioned to me. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah, thank you.
where DA mentioned to me, dude, I don't think it's going to be 3 books anymore. There's too much. I've got to add more. I think there's going to be 4 books now. And I was like, oh, wow, that is absolutely awesome. And then not too long after that, he says, dude, I think there's going to be 5 books. And in the 3rd book, I'm going to give a sneak peek on this. And in the 4th, I'm going to do this. And then it's going to tie in. I'm like, oh, wait, no, don't. He says, and this is the way it ends.
Yeah,
I'm like,
I couldn't help myself. I
son
blabbed.
of a. And for the first time, I was like, yeah, I don't think I wanted to hear that.
Now, DA, can I mention what I proposed to you?
Sure, go ahead.
Well, Josh, you were talking about that storyline. It got me to thinking about the hunt, because he says eventually the hunt ties into it. And into the Ragnarok universe.
Oh yeah, he gave a big spoiler within the last 2 books, folks.
Okay, most of you guys have a good grasp of how the military works. Okay, let's say, for example, the Ragnarok books, and we look over at Codename Wild Hunt. We'll mention these guys. Let's say, for example, with the Ragnarok books, the society is collapsing, and what's left of the U.S. government pulls back to what I refer to as Fortress Manhattan. Who do you think they're going to call to defend it?
Well, yeah.
Definitely the Wild Hunt, yeah.
And there's your tie-in.
Team Odin.
Well, what I was proposing was them pulling back somewhere out west to the R&D lab. Everybody like Gunny, that's former, just got like this massive one-word code word like "oh shit," or like Heimdall's
Execute Order 66.
It's like Heimdall's blown the horn. Or do you have something like that in Norse mythology?
Yeah.
Which is Charles Ragnarok?
Yep. Heimdall blows the horn.
Yeah, something like that. Heimdall's blown the horn. That means it's oh shit. The cow is backed up to the fan and it's on high. That's what I was proposing.
I've got a lot of material. A lot of people suggested stuff. I'm not saying 100% of them will make it in there, but your suggestions do help shape the way things go, and that's all of you. I mean, when people contact me through the website or send me a message on Messenger or an email and say, "I love this about the books, but wouldn't it be cool if this would happen?" and I'm like, that might make it.
Because when Awakening starts, Ragnarok has already started, technically, correct?
I'm sorry. We say that again.
When Awakening starts, Ragnarok is technically already kicked off.
Yeah, it's already beginning.
So you could have the very last Wild Hunt book have like the Horn of Heimdall, that leads directly into, your last book, whatever it is, directly before Ragnarok could kick it off.
Mm-hmm.
That would be awesome.
You still.
Oh, that'd be a great one for the last one in the series. Code name Wild Hunt, Horn of Heimdall.
Oh, that would be badass.
But then that really does mean it's the.
Wait a minute. Didn't all this start because a team recovered something? Didn't they recover something from South America that had been transferred by the Vikings to be hidden?
Yeah, I mentioned that in the books that the Vikings hid something.
Okay.
Oh shit! Here we go back with the Nazis fucking around with the SS fucking around.
It wasn't the Nazis. It wasn't that far south. It was in Central America.
Yeah. That's right.
No. You said no. No. You said no. I'm getting after the SS.
You're tired.
Looking for Viking artifacts.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't you say the Nazis have been poking around looking for shit like that for 70 years?
Yeah, very well could have opened it and they went and send a team of the Hunt down there to try to close it.
Yeah, well, if Indiana Jones kicked their ass, I think Clark can kick their ass.
Where'd you have who get lost at? Where'd the loser at?
Somewhere, and I believe it was in El Salvador.
Central America?
Oh, it's all kind of coming in together.
Yeah.
So I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong on that one yet.
You guys know I have no books of notes of where I want to go.
What were you saying, Nick?
I was saying sort of a Pandora's box they were looking for.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, Willie Johnson just gave us a like, folks. Thank you, Willie.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I think the numbers went up without me noticing. Cheryl Jones also gave us. Actually, you've had. Okay, I apologize. I'm sorry.
A little slow on the draw there, Raj.
Hey, I saw a woman's name. I got happy. Okay, let it go.
Hey, that's my mama.
Luis says, "What is a Kodiak?" Kodiak is the code name of one of the Native American characters that's on the Wild Hunt. He's one of the native Hotametaneo from the Apex Predator books, and he shape changes into a basically humanoid version of a short-faced brown bear. The gigantic cave bears that were not considered megafauna. When he changes, he's around 15 feet tall.
Hey, wait a minute, teacher.
Is a beast.
I just found out that Cheryl Jones is Josh Jones' mama.
Mm-hmm.
So your mama is helping you with your likes?
Actually, she gave DA a like. So one more for Remy the Rougarou there, Nightmare Hunter.
Vamos a ver, cabrón. I mean, if we're going to bring family in, I just got to promise them tacos and I'll get all the likes I want. And I can bribe my wife.
To be fair,
she's got 50 damn cousins alone.
To be fair, don't you have family right now in chat?
Wait a minute.
Whoa, what was that?
Wait, time out. Roger can't bring them in unless they're not illegal.
Oh,
that.
Okay, this will still work.
But to be clear,
there are some that are.
You have family in chat right now, so we're even.
My brother, you think I'm responsible for his ass?
Roger, do I have to make a call to immigrations?
Go ahead, knock yourself out. Oftentimes, let me tell you, I've been stopped by immigration because they're doing license checks. And they'll ask me for my ID. I'm like, "Are you speaking English?" They speak with an accent greater than mine. You're asking me for documents?
On you.
Well, since Josh's mom was hanging out in chat, I changed Josh's name.
Good night, Greg.
Hi, Greg.
Stiefler! Hey, Stiffy!
Yeah. Oh.
I can see you doing a pot of coffee right now, pouring coffee and writing.
Oh,
Roger.
Hola, Stiefler. General!
So which would you rather be dealing with? The IRS going over your books, or you want the FCC called?
As a matter of fact, since you're all friends with me on Facebook, it will return one day. I got punked at work. Someone called me saying they were from the IRS, and they said, Mr. Noriega, we have audited you for the last 4 years, and you owe the IRS $8,000, and you have to pay up today. Otherwise, the municipal authorities will arrest you. What? The municipal authorities? I work for the county. Shall I go surrender to the sheriffs or to Downey Police and the municipal authorities? But you have to pay us now. And it was an accent. So, okay, wait. You're from the IRS. Let me get this. You audited the last 4 years, and you only found 8,000? Bullshit. You're not from the IRS.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know.
Never calls you on the telephone. My God.
Of course.
I pretended that I was a U.S. Marshal when they called me because that's such a scam. They got scared as hell. Oh, it was so fun. I hate scam calls. They drive me nuts.
I made them hang up because now they're a little more sophisticated because they gave a badge number and they called from the IRS. They called me at work. They didn't know who I was, but they called. And I said, what's your badge number? And they gave it. Dude, my badge number is 15634. I'm in the next building. And they hung up. I love messing with the people. But let me tell you.
Or when they say they're going to arrest you, be like, all right, I got a pot of coffee on. Send them on over.
Well, that's what I told them. They say the municipal authorities will arrest you. I'm like, what the hell is that?
City cops.
They don't even know.
Yes, city cops don't work for the IRS. If the IRS wants to arrest you, they'll do it themselves.
Now, I have to say that when I did post that comment about this isn't the IRS, they would have found more than 8,000. So BS. I posted that, and a lot of people got mad on my Facebook page. So when that post comes back up, I will post it again, and I'll share it with a few of you.
When the time hop throws it back up?
Yeah, it does. Yes, it's due. Oh, my God, because you guys all heard the story, right? About one of the supervisors, dumb bitch that she was, forgive me. She was trying to score points, and I had the USS Enterprise in my desk, in my cubicle. She was trying to score points. She comes over and she goes, gee, Roger, is that the Galactica from Battlestar Galactica? Woman, that's a shot across my bow. That's the Enterprise. And she said, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was from Star Wars.
What's that, Josh?
It was piloted by Gandalf, too.
Yeah.
Okay,
and the other Time Lords.
Yeah, I wrote that on Facebook as I do when stupid stuff happens like that. It was, oh, Roger, you're so funny. That's a great made-up story. I said, I'm not that funny. I can't make that shit up. She was stupid. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Oh, I'll be right back.
Now, just to dovetail off of Josh's comment for a second, did you know? Do you know that the U.S. Marshal is the only federal law enforcement agency commissioned by Congress?
Actually, yes, that is really good. It is. You're right.
They're the only one that holds the congressional charter. Everybody else is just made up in the ether.
Yeah. Well, my municipal authority used to have county police and county sheriffs, and they rolled them into one just because they changed the law, read it twice at a board of supervisors meeting, and made it happen. So yeah, they're policed by fiat. Oh, I'm sorry, DA. I didn't mean that. I apologize, sir. Well, I respect the thin blue line.
Well, where I was going with that one is.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who do you think was the original Wild Hunt? Federal marshals. Who was the courthouse in the Oklahoma Territory, Fort Smith, Arkansas, hanging Judge Parker, who was one of the big bounty hunters for him. Bass Reeves. They had a stipulation they were talking about when a federal marshal went into the Indian territory, he had to have an Indian guide. Just think on that one a second. If they have monsters in the Oklahoma territory with all the Indian tribes, you have to have an Indian warrior, shaman.
There you go, DA. More stories.
Plenty of them.
Hell yeah. Way to go, General. I thought it was just a title.
I actually thought about doing
Hi, Josh Turner.
A one-off, either short story or possibly even novel about a unit in the Civil War that has to deal with an attack by a cryptid and trying to put it down with Civil War technology.
The sharp repeating rifle.
Hey, DA, if you really want to screw with history, you can always say the Civil War was lost because of a few Bigfoot. It'll piss a lot of people off, but what the hell?
Actually, I was thinking about setting it near the Battle of Chickamauga and having surviving remnants of both Confederate and Union soldiers having to band together to stop the attack.
Wow, and they're all those single-shot rifles?
Yep, the old ramrods.
I don't mean to say it for those boys, but they're
coffee gun. Somebody find a coffee gun.
I don't know. And get them get them in range of the 16-pounders.
You know,
3-inch ordnance rifle, breech load 3-inch ordnance rifle, Parrots.
You know, you could always do a story about Roosevelt and the national park system and them being designed as reserves.
Mm-hmm.
I've already pitched that to him.
Oh, you did?
We've actually discussed that one.
That would be an awesome story.
I said the most of your early park rangers were quote unquote members of the Rough Riders.
Mm-hmm.
So they would be already read into what Teddy Roosevelt knew, and also everybody assumes Teddy Roosevelt was the commander of the Rough Riders. No, he was the second in command. The commander was General Woods.
General Leonard
Wood. I didn't realize that till I started looking at it hard.
Gee, what's the name of a certain military base in
Fort Leonard
Wood?
And he was the senior commanding officer for the United States Army for several years, if I remember correctly. Right, Doug?
Yep.
And if I remember correctly, didn't he do Buffalo Soldiers down Arizona way?
I think so. A lot of history involved there, and I want to blend in as much of the origins of the wild hunt with actual history from that time.
So that's why,
because the cryptids have always been there. So I'm going to create a much deeper history than we've already gone, because we've already taken the origins of the hunt back to World War II. I want to take it back farther than that and go back to like the beginnings of the U.S. Be able to the first company of Rangers. What was his name? I can't remember. The first.
Oh shit! You talking about the one that went? You talking about the one that had to go north because they assumed he was been too British-fied?
Mm-hmm.
That fought in French and Indian War.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, my damn brain fails me at the moment.
Yeah, I can't think of it either.
Was it Marion's Rangers?
Might have been. I thought it began with an R, but I'm
Rogers Rangers.
Rogers Rangers. Rogers Rangers. The original Nightmare Hunter were Rogers Rangers.
Ho!
I mean, there's a lot you can do with history. I mean, you can put a spin on just about I mean, hell, you could tie in Lewis and Clark in some way because they were, frontiersmen.
Commissioned by the U.S. government to explore.
All I've got to do is have when the hunt's preparing for a team, preparing for a mission, say, according to the lore that was recorded during the Lewis and Clark expedition, we know this, and this.
Hey guys, duty calls. I got to get going.
All right,
Alrighty.
Nick, thank you for being on.
All right.
Nick.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Nick.
thanks, man.
Good
Thank you,
seeing
Nick.
you all. Take care
Be
now.
safe, Nick.
You be safe.
Bye-bye.
Have a good night.
Hey, you were talking about World War II. Can we throw him that? Do you want to throw him that bone I mentioned to you?
Well, I don't want to give away too much.
Yeah, and by the way, forgive me for interrupting. You can move me back down, DA, so everyone will be happy. I'll be on the bottom. But that didn't take long. Oh shit! What the hell?
There we go.
Was that a causality loop, or did
I
we
didn't do the second one. It just jumped on its own.
Hey, look, my hands were right here. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. So fuck.
Train of thought was fully derailed.
Oh, I know where I was going with my thought train. Picking back up with the Buffalo Soldiers.
I can't make that up. I really lost my train of thought. So now you guys know how to shut me up.
You talk about units. I've always said use the Buffalo Soldiers because the spiritualism from Africa was still strong within them, so they would be more tolerant, than
open-minded
than a straight-laced Catholic of the time.
What, Raj?
Oh, teacher. Hey, so since Nick is defending us basically against the Sasquatch, is he part of the thin brown line?
No, that's in your underwear.
Who says I have any? Anyway, no, because Sasquatch are brown, dogmen are brown and stuff. What would be his line? Would it be the caramel line? Would it be the blonde line? Would it be the what?
I don't know. I don't know what color would define cryptids.
The landing strip?
The yellow line?
The thin furry line.
The thin furry line.
That's where I was going with that.
Okay, thank you. So that's all I wanted to suggest. What is his line for what he does for us and his ilk?
I don't know.
It would be the thin furry line.
Hey,
That
DA,
does not sound right.
I'm going to send you something that
Have
Adam
we
just sent
met?
me. Check that out, DA.
The Darby Rangers. Darby! Aren't you wearing one of those Darbies?
Me? No.
Not you.
That's
Josh.
He's wearing a driver's cap.
No, that's a flat cap, man.
Okay, sorry. I have no hair, so what do I know? Oh, cabrón, ¿me vas a enseñar tu cabello otra vez? Oh, go ahead. Play with it there, Josh. Play with it all you want.
Oh, man, so much to deal with here. Jeez. I have to cut some off just to make it manageable.
Boy, you either get your hair cut or a dog tag.
Teacher.
Someone's itching to get killed off in a nasty way in a book.
Mean. Josh is being mean to me, teacher.
Did you hear me, Raj? I said somebody's itching to get killed off in a nasty way in a book.
Yeah, no kidding. But that's...
Hey, at least you have the hair where it counts.
True. It's a little gray.
No one cares about it up here. It's all about the beard, man.
Apparently, in my point in my life, no one cares, period.
The old wolf might be a little gray in the muzzle, but he's still got teeth.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you for the air.
Let's eat some meth addict.
That'd be a scary thing.
What's the matter, Steve? You've gone quiet, Steve. What's going on? Come on, Steve.
I'm just speechless. I got nothing.
So, what would happen if you fed dogmen chocolate?
That's a good question. They should just lace their
or
bullets
raisins.
with chocolate.
Raisins, dogs can't digest raisins either.
If they are genetically linked to dogs and wolves in any way, chocolate should be toxic.
Hey, how about give them brownies loaded with X-Lax?
Oh,
hot brownies.
For some stupid reason, I was going to say brownies with marijuana. I don't think that works.
They're too stoned to attack.
Actually, that might work. That might work.
Or give them the damn munchies.
And
make them even hungrier.
And then Dream is screwed.
Another reason I need to get away
from
driving truck.
God bless America.
No.
Wow,
no,
that was
no,
a
no,
booming sound.
no, Josh. Put a damn moose bumper on your truck.
No, I'm done with this CDL. As soon as the all tower and all this stuff takes off, I want out of that seat so damn bad.
I don't like driving that much.
I don't mind the driving. There's other things I'd rather be doing. But
Okay.
first and foremost is taking care of my family, which is why I'm still in that seat.
Josh, look, I'm not bragging. I'm not doing anything, but
That'd be first.
I know where I want to be, and I've chosen the date, and I'm working towards that. And I'm saying it on air again. I am leaving my job on March 28th, 2024. I will not be 55 by that time yet. I've made my decision. I'm going to go full time. What I'm doing now.
You're not 55 yet?
I'm not 53 yet. No, not yet. I will not be 55 when I retire. I will still not be. But the thing is that I chose that date, and I said I'm going to do everything I can to be on my own. And thank goodness, I was hoping to be kind of like where I'm at by 2 years from now, and I already hit that mark 3 weeks ago.
Roger P. says put in
I'm
a
just
good
trying to make it happen.
Put them in a good mood till they get the munchies, then they'll have a hunger they never felt before. He's probably got a good point. So how much roofies would it take to put out a dog man?
I don't know.
With the elephant and work from there.
Flip him a Mickey.
Need a pop him with a couple chocolate CBDs and see what happens.
Actually, wouldn't you be slipping him a Mary Jane?
Well, I would have to break Bill Cosby out of the clink to put him down.
Oh, and he wakes up with the slam.
What about that? What about the 2-pound box of chocolates they try and sell at Valentine's Day? You know which one I'm talking.
You know, you buy those boxes of chocolates at Valentine's Day, and
terrible.
you've got to like push your thumb into them so you don't get one of those nasty cherry ones. The only ones I want out of them are the caramels. I like 80% of this shit I don't want to eat.
They sell boxes.
What?
Yes, Josh?
The cherry ones.
Just the cherry ones?
Just the cherry ones?
Oh, those are the worst, man. I bit into one of those one time and thought I was going to vomit.
Talking about the cherry cordials?
Yeah, whatever they are.
Oh, that's what.
Have you guys ever seen those weird candies called what's that? They used to sell them at the grocery store all the time. They call them cherry mashes. My mother used to love those things. I took a bite of one time and was like,
I don't like cherries at all. Like, there's no cherry that I like.
Well, funny story. Years and years ago, me and some buddies of mine and I thought it would be really, really, really a great idea to get stupid drunk on cherry vodka. And to this day, I almost get nauseous when I taste cherries.
See, yep. Those are
there you go.
Queen Anne's cherry cordials.
I was clinging
damn shit.
I spent hours clinging to the big porcelain phone in the phone room, calling my buddy Ralph over and over again.
Hey, Roger, you start eating those on air, I'm going to send you some more pictures.
Don't.
Fuck it. Everybody says it.
You know, we're gonna have to tone it back on the language with us going on YouTube.
The
and
damn
Twitch.
thing shifted. I apologize.
Oh no, I'm just saying we'll get when we start getting to the numbers. Right. When we start reaching the numbers where we can actually monetize, we can get demonetized for too much language.
Once the monetization starts, we gotta
really watch our mouths. We're not anywhere near those numbers yet. However, there are a couple of episodes of DAX Machina that broke more than 200 views just off my page.
Oh.
They like Steve.
Funny
like
thing
Steve.
You mentioned the cherry vodka. I went camping one time with my brother and a friend of mine, and all we brought was beer and 4 bottles of root beer schnapps.
Oh,
I had never had any sort of schnapps or anything at the time, and I loved root beer or something, and this might be all right. Took a drink, tasted just basically like flat root beer. I didn't taste any alcohol or have the bad aftertaste.
No, that's dangerous whiskey.
That was dangerous. I drank 2 of the 4 bottles to myself.
Oh boy.
Alcohol poisoning?
I blacked out. Apparently, I climbed a pine tree about 20 feet in the air and was screaming at the moon, the gods need to come and take me. And then I climbed back down safely, crawled across the river, and laid face down. It was like a creek. I mean, it wasn't even enough to like drown in, just to get wet. And I just laid my face in it until the morning.
And that's how Ragnarok started.
I didn't drink root beer for 4 to 5 years after that because the smell of it, I wanted to vomit. It was so. Even now, I got to be in the mood for it. Otherwise, I'd get sick.
Yeah. Those who were there that night called that event the Horn of Heimdall.
I'm sure I was calling somebody on the horn.
Boone's Farm Wild Cherry.
Oh.
Anything Boone's Farm. Oh.
Yeah, Boone's.
Only people I knew that drank Boone's Farm were underage girls. That was when I was an underage idiot too. But even then, I wouldn't drink Boone's Farm. I'm like, ugh. Do you guys remember wine coolers like Seagram's and and what was the Australian one? There was an Australian wine cooler that.
I was not.
There was Bartles and James, and then there was an Australian one. Some of my buddies got on a wine cooler kick, and that's all they would drink for the longest time. I'm like, God dang it, drink beer like men.
Matilda Bay?
Matilda Bay. That was it. And then some jackass brought a bunch of Zima to a party one time. You talk about people doing like wild takes, like, what the hell is this? It's clear. Yeah, but it tastes like crap.
Like an alcoholic version of a White Monster.
Well, there was the rumor that was spread when Zima first appeared on the scene that since it was clear, you wouldn't show up on a breathalyzer test. So all the idiots were pounding those stupid things down. I'm like, God dang, I'd have to drink half a bottle of bourbon just to get drunk enough to make those taste good.
That's like about as good as sticking a penny in your mouth.
Yeah.
What is that supposed to do?
About the only thing that was supposed to be good for is raising your temperature.
There were like stupid hacks in order to pass a breathalyzer.
I mean, the guys that put like 3 or 4 Sonic mints in their mouth, those were my favorite. You see those guys doing fields because their breath was minty clear and still blew a 2.3.
or put a dip of Copenhagen in. That's supposed to none of that shit works.
Choking, gagging.
It blew clean, but it was a 2.3.
It smelled wonderful, but it was a 2.3.
At least
your breath is clear, but you're still going to jail.
Oh, God, that hurts. I'm sorry.
Hey, DA, at least it didn't smell like vomit.
I've smelled a few of those.
I'm sure. Yeah, there are a few of those, too. My brother says Zima was terrible.
My favorite was watching a buddy of mine do fields on. Yeah, Zima sucked. My favorite was watching a guy do fields on a buddy of mine do fields on a drunk, and he's got his finger up and he's doing the slow back and forth. And this guy's and he's telling him, "Don't move your head, move your eyes only." And the guy go, and then he'd start to move his finger, and the guy'd go. He's like, "Don't move your head, just follow it with your eyes." Okay. And he did that like 6 times. He's like, "Yeah, we're not even gonna worry about the rest of this test.
Time to go."
Did I pass? Yes, sir. You passed. Turn around. You have won these silver bracelets. Turn around.
Tesco did not collect $200.
And as bad as that root beer schnapps incident was, it wasn't the worst I've ever had. When I was in the military, was in Guantanamo. When I was,
you were there?
Yeah, Coast Guard. This is before.
Oh, okay, all right. I'll take that question back.
I was in Guantanamo.
Wasn't a resident
when 9/11 happened.
It's because of the beard and the hair.
I was
tracking your Gitmo.
I was the radio man on board that received the 9/11 message on our ship. I was the first one on our ship to know about it. Another thing. But there's some weird shit behind that.
Behind 9/11?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Hey, gentlemen, Josh, forgive me a tiny little bit of trivia. I have the recordings to the Port Authority, which are no longer available for 9/11.
Oh, damn.
I have them on one of my computers, and I've got to get them to work again, and I've kept them safe. But I have all of the Port Authority, which were available online, and within 2 or 3 months, they took them down, and you can't hear them anymore. And they're about 3 hours in length. It was that entire day, basically, from 5:46 a.m. Or no, I'm sorry, 8:46 a.m. to about 10 whatever. A battalion chief arrived 3 minutes after 8:46, and you can hear him say, "You better ring bells 5, 6, and 7. It looks like a terrorist incident." 3 minutes in, he was the smartest man in the room. He knew what it was 3 minutes in.
What were those bells supposed to mean, Roger?
Additional battalions. Because
get ready.
Yeah, in other words,
all hands on deck kind of thing.
No, they were toning out more help.
If you ring one bell, I believe that's a certain number, and then 2 bells, 3 bells. When it instantly hit, I don't know how many, but if I remember correctly, because I haven't heard them in a few years myself, and I'm actually going to play them before I turn them over to Time Life and to CNN, because they know I have them. I haven't been able to reactivate the computers, but these are the Zapruder film of our era, because you can't find them anymore. And I actually hold them, and I'm going to be looking to release them soon.
Nice.
But and they're sad, they're frightening. It's terrible. But I do remember him saying, "You better ring bells." I think it was 5, 6, and 7, meaning we need more backup. This is big. This is bad. So, and it's the Port Authority recordings of the World Trade Center on that day.
Now Josh, this is a question for you. Following back to what we were talking about earlier with Wild Hunt, since you said you were there, what kind of calls or messages would you suggest for DA to use?
Being on a Coast Guard cutter, it'd be something entirely different than It'd be something entirely different than what they would use for the kind of stuff he's doing.
Or at least a template.
It would probably be something similar to DEF CON.
It's interesting you bring up templates and stuff like that, because this actually ties into the 9/11 conversation. Since I was it was a telecommunications specialist, but for lack of a better term, I operated the high frequency and sat radios on the cutter.
Hi, Lieutenant O'Hara.
I actually started to get a message come across, and there's actually an indicator in the corner of the message to indicate if it's like a training message or like a please respond, so you can like a fire drill more or less. And there's indicators of when it is that and when it's not. So when we started getting this message coming across, all I remember is attack on U.S. soil imminent was the first line that I read. And I said, "Hey, Chief, we got a training message coming in." The first thing I said. And so we were like flipping through the book, looking for the proper response, because it was a Z flash message, like the highest priority that we could possibly get. So we're like, clearly it's got to be a training message. So we're starting to draft our response, and Chief looks down and goes, "This isn't a fucking test message." And at that time, our secure door flies open, and our lieutenant pops his head in and goes, "You guys need to come up here and see this." And we walked onto the mess hall deck. The TVs were on, and literally as I stepped in and turned is when the first plane hit, or the second plane rather.
That was at 9:03 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, because they didn't catch the first one. It was the second one that was caught, because we were watching the smoke come out, and someone was like, "What the hell is that?" And that's when I turned my head, and it hit right as I watched the screen. But I just remember getting that message, going, "Oh, this is fucking cool. I get to do my first priority message. And then when we dawned on us what we were actually responding to. Now, what's interesting is I think we got that message 30 minutes before anything started airing on the news. And E3 in the Coast Guard received that message, bottom of the barrel, 30 minutes before anything aired on TV. That's all I'm going to say. You do the upward math of chain of, messaging of who knew what when. I may have said too much. I was under top secret clearance at the time. I don't know if I released too much information just now, but here we are.
Not at all. Not at all.
I'm sure that message has been released at this point.
I'm sure.
Maybe not.
I mean, I didn't give any way.
If it doesn't fit the narrative.
Right.
If it doesn't fit the narrative.
But yeah.
So, show up.
Yeah.
Hey guys, as much as I enjoy talking about this subject, maybe we should lighten the mood.
Yeah.
Because we are quickly going somber, and that's not really the direction I wanted to go.
No. So I originally brought up that whole story was the worst drinking incident that I ever had. Guantanamo Bay.
We're still going somber.
They have rats in Guantanamo Bay that are like this fucking big. They're called banana rats, and that's without the tail. That's just the body.
Oh.
They occasionally hit the landmines.
Do you have pictures?
I can get you one. I don't personally have, so when we arrived in Guantanamo, Bay, the drinking age is whatever the Navy Admiralty says it is for the base. Like whoever is in charge of the base at the time says this is what the drinking age is. At the time, it was 18 when we pulled in, so I was getting wrecked.
You're the reason they jumped it back up to 21?
Maybe. Because
there is now 35, thanks to
Josh.
Josh.
So, what's interesting about that is while we were there was a change of command, and it went back up. But I decided to continue to go out and drink, being the young kid that I did not care about. Ended up drinking so many. I gotten paid, I think it was like $600 or something. I don't remember what my pay was that week, but I woke up with $50. A lot of screwdrivers. I'm sure I didn't drink them all.
Somebody was making it rain.
But I apparently threw up on the XO shoes. Wasn't supposed to be drinking. I wandered around the ship, sleeping in different people's berthing areas, including the female one. Eventually, had pictures taken of me in my shitty drawers, just underwear, wrapped around the head of a toilet. This is a men's berthing area. That floor is not clean. And I was down up in there at the base of the toilet. Let's pull that comment down. There's your banana rat.
Holy shit.
Yeah, those suckers
Bigger
are
than
huge.
my dog.
Bet you could hit him with a speeder.
I take out banana rats back home.
Is that like a Nutra? Is that the same kind of class as a
It could be.
Nutra?
It could be the same or an offshoot or a cousin of the Nutra-Rat.
Possibly.
It's a big bastard. That's the kind of rat that says...
That's a damn meal.
That's the kind of rat that says, here, kitty, 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 kitty.
You know what's even funnier? They have like wild chickens running around Guantanamo Bay, like fighting chickens. The chickens and the rats will fight.
Fighting roosters spur the shit out of that rat.
Yeah. No, they don't mess around, man. It's weird.
Soldiers have to learn barnyard karate.
So Josh,
Barnyard roosters.
So what happened to Captain's Mast this morning?
Oh, Captain's Mast. We want to go all the way through the end of this story. Okay, so I was masted for that.
Your fault.
It was not a full-on court martial. It was a mast, which might as well have been a court martial.
Did you get an Article 15 out of it?
The
No,
honestly, I can't. No, I was restricted to the boat. We went to Aruba, Curacao, and Jamaica. I didn't see any of them except from the shore or from the boat. I was scrubbing areas of the ship that I don't think got scrubbed since it was built.
wow.
Yeah, I got.
So your official title for a while was Bosun's Bitch.
Yep, I didn't see the inside of the radio room for like 2 weeks.
So you learned how to pronounce forecastle, didn't you?
You kidding? He was the forecastle.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this though, I never fell for any of the bullshit. Like, I need 200 yards of shoreline. Go get the keys to the sea chest. I didn't fall for none of that
we
shit.
used to do that all the time to new guys. My personal best was we had about 70 vehicles in the motor pool, and I sent this jackass out there to let out all the summer air and replace it with winter air. And our battalion commander, a bird colonel, comes walking through and he goes, "Son, what in the hell are you doing?" He's like, "Oh, Specialist Roberts sent me out here to replace the summer air with winter air." And he goes, Carry on. And he came inside. He's like, write that one down. That one's funny. We need to do that one again. How long's that idiot been out there? Like, about 3 hours, sir.
I like the one you shared. I like the one you shared about a month or so ago, Doug, about the little damn ROTC cadet.
Oh, the little idiot that tried to make me salute him.
Tell that one again.
Please.
That was a damn. That was a damn funny one.
So I run into this little cadet idiot, and I just nodded at him, said cadet, and was intending to go on my merry way, and he stops me. He goes, "You will address me as sir," and I expect a salute. I'm like, "You can keep fucking expecting because you're just a cadet. You're not even in the military." "Well, I'm an acting." No, you ain't acting shit. You're a college student.
You're acting like a son of a bitch.
You're not in the military. He's like, I expect you to give me a full render as an officer in the U.S. Army. I'm like, well, you're not in the Army and you're not an officer. So no. He's like, take me to see your first sergeant. I'm like, okay.
No.
I'm like, okay.
You really want to do that, son?
Yeah. I'm thinking to myself,
right,
funeral. First Sergeant Gregory, first off, he hated cadets. And second off, he didn't care much for officers either. So I take this little moron into the first sergeant's office. I'm like, First Sergeant Gregory, you got a moment? He's like, yeah, Rob. He loved me because I was the only other guy in the entire unit from Missouri. And me and First Sergeant Gregory were both from Missouri. He's like, yeah. He's like, Rob, come on in, Rob. What's going on? I'm like, this cadet wants to talk to you. He's mad because I wouldn't salute him. He's like, what? So the cadet starts to explain it. He tells the cadet to shut up and has me tell him again. He's like, he made you bring him here because you wouldn't salute him? I'm like, yeah. He's like, Rob, go ahead and go on out and shut the door. I could hear him half a block away eating this kid's ass. And when he was done, he called that kid's cadet commander at the college and ate his ass, and then called our battalion commander at home, who in turn called that guy again and ate his ass again. He's like, we ever see one of your freaking cadets in our office again, you'll get him back in the mail. A piece at a time.
Sounds about right.
I'm reasonably certain that was 30 some years ago, and I'm reasonably certain that kid's ass ain't grown back yet. Nobody ate ass like First Sergeant Gregory. Oh my God, he turned that kid into raw protein, and I'm just walking off like because I knew that's what was going to happen. Like, oh, you really want to go see my first sergeant? All right, come on.
That was like pass the word. Do not go near the first sergeant's office. It's a royal ass chewing of epic proportions and play.
Oh yeah.
You know, guys, it does. You don't have to be in the military to lack thereof. At work on a Friday, we're by General Hospital. The General Hospital from the one that you know from the drama. I worked at Alcazar facility, and we have a PA system which can be heard for blocks. And these two idiots on a Friday are using the PA system and going back and forth. Hey, chupacabra! And the other idiot, hey, washinango! Just idiots. And I'm getting annoyed in my office. And as I'm about to finish my work and head up to the front office, I get on the PA, pound 20. El Gomez, please dial 1812. El Gomez, please dial 1812. I hang up, and about 5 minutes later, I start making my way to the front to turn in my work for the day. And as I'm walking by his office, El comes flying down. He's like, Raj, I tried calling the number twice. It was busy. What number did you try to call, El? 1812. What number did I ask you to call? 1812. Why don't you think about that one for a little bit, though?
He's in there for 10 minutes trying to dial his own number.
What is there to think about? It was busy.
It was your number, moron.
Why'd you try calling it again? And I just walked away. And the people around me could not believe that it happened. I really said, and what number did I ask you to call? 1812? Okay. I'm sorry you can't figure it out. And you'd be surprised as to how many times I got away with that shit at work, where I would just ask people to call their own extension, and it was always busy. They never made connection. I know it's not as funny as your stories, gentlemen, but stupidity knows no bounds.
That is funny.
It knows no bounds. Come on, Roger. Steve. You've done stuff too. Come on, Steve. I can only admit to some of them right now because I'm still working. I'm still working there.
Roger cracked up when I told him how I met the commander of the submarine fleet of the Atlantic.
Oh my God. That I couldn't, you know what? It's real. It happened. You can't make up shit like that.
So I got to go to an air show when they were debuting the stealth fighter. It was still new. And this was VIPs and pass holders only to this. It was an air show near Phoenix. And you got to go out on the flight line. I mean, you got to get up close. I mean, they had roped off. You couldn't get up and touch them. But I could have, picked up a rock and smacked the canopy with it. I mean, just not even throwing hard. So we were close. And I was looking at that. It was the F-117. And I mean, I'm like, I could rear back and spit on it if I really wanted to. I'm like 5 feet away from the thing, just behind the rope. And I'm in my Class A uniform and thinking I'm the hot shit because this little dumbass E4 standing there in his dress uniform. And this guy walks up, and in my defense, he wasn't wearing a uniform. He was wearing a black jacket, white shirt, black tie, no decorations. Didn't even see an ID badge. He was wearing a black suit. Older guy, white hair. And he looks at me and he goes, well, what do you think of it? I said, well, it's kind of ugly. He says, yeah. And I said, well, here the test pilots called it the wobbly goblin because it kept crashing. He's like, yeah, it took 4 redundant guidance systems before it would stop that. I was like, well, it'd be great if they get it to work. He goes, well, I think we got it working. I'm like, well, that's awesome. And then I looked at him. I'm like, I don't know how to address you, sir. So you're not wearing any rank, so I'm just going to go on a limb and call you sir. He's like, that's fair enough. He goes, what do you do, son? I explained to him I was coded radio operations, blah, blah, blah. Nothing huge. It was basically an overglorified radio operator. And I tell him, and I'm trying to be proud of it. And he's like, well, that's really cool. So what about you, sir? What do you do? He goes, I'm the comm sublant. And I go, what the fuck is a comm sublant?
I do not the military know what that is.
And he looks at me and goes, that's the commander of the submarine fleet of the Atlantic. I'm like, oh my God, you're an admiral. And he starts laughing his ass off. He thinks it's hilarious. I didn't know. I honestly didn't know. This was back before I was really big into Clancy. So I leave, go back to base,
Yikes.
And I have no sooner set my bag on my bed when the CQ sergeant comes in and goes, Roberts, they want you down at battalion right now. And I'm like, can I change? He goes, no, they want your ass down there right now.
They want your ass now.
So I go hauling ass over there. It was like a block down. I go hauling ass over there, still in my dress uniform, and I go in. And the battalion commander secretary just points and sends me straight into the office. And I'm like, what the hell? I go in, the battalion commander's in there, the battalion XO's in there, battalion command sergeant major's in there, and as well as my captain and my XO. Oof. And I'm like, oh, crap. What did I do? I snapped to attention, Sir Roberts reporting is ordered, blah, 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 the whole spiel. And he just stares at me for a minute. before he finally says, "All right, at ease." He says, "Roberts, I got something very serious to talk to you about. You're in a lot of trouble here, son." And I'm sweating bullets, and they're all just glaring at me. He goes, "I need you to explain something to me." I'm like, "Okay, sir." I'm literally like shaking in my shoes. And he reaches into the desk drawer to the right of him, and he pulls out a Navy cadet's manual, and he throws it on the desk and goes, "What the fuck's a comm sublant? Read that, you moron." They had already called and told the story before I even got back. And then for months after that, every time I would pass him or the command sergeant major, they'd go, "What the fuck's a comm sublant?" Keep walking.
Little shits.
Wow.
But I was scared to death.
I bet.
So I was kind of infamous for a while for asking the commander of the submarine fleet of the Atlantic what the fuck a comm sublant was.
Okay.
In my defense, I did not know.
Okay.
Just think if you got his challenge coin, you'd have beat damn near everybody on base.
Oh man, my butt was puckered so tight you couldn't have got a string of tinsel out of that with a forklift. I was just just hoping to hell that this admiral didn't return me to raw protein. I wasn't thinking about asking for a challenge coin.
Folks, there's 5 active Navy fleets. All right. He was commander 3rd Fleet. Oh no, 2nd Fleet, because he's commander of the Atlantic. Of all the submarines in the 2nd Fleet, good God.
Yeah, he was probably a 3-star admiral.
Oh man, that's pretty high up the food chain, man.
Yeah. That's like walking up to Norman Schwarzkopf and go, "What do you do?"
Rumor has it there were a few senior clerks that did that.
Yeah, I was kind of infamous for a little while.
I bet.
Well, that's kind of the story of my life. Open mouth.
What the hell is a comm sublant?
No, I didn't say hell.
Oh.
That was a literal absolute translation. That's exactly what I said, and he nearly doubled over in laughter when he saw my reaction. I was like, "Ah!" I can laugh about it now, but it scared the shit out of me at the time.
But you were Army though, right?
Mm-hmm.
At least he had a sense of humor.
And he was wearing no rank, no military uniform, no anything. So I didn't know. I mean, for all I knew, he was. Made sub sandwiches. I didn't know.
Well, you were halfway there.
Son, I'm just like, there's like 5 people above me at most. It's fine.
Son, who do you report to? Oh, Captain Schroth. Do you know who I report to? No, the Secretary of the Navy.
Right, yeah.
Oh! We were playing challenge coin drinks one time in the enlisted club, and everybody's busting out their best challenge coin. And my jackass buddy Richie busts out sec def, and we're like, crap, you can't play anymore.
Pam has a comment there.
My uncle was a submarine master senior petty officer. Nice.
That's awesome.
Hell yeah.
And no disrespect to the Navy guys, I was just an ignorant farm kid that didn't know what the hell it was.
Well, in your defense, you're from Missouri.
Yeah,
I know you guys don't know what the fucking.
I didn't know Navy terminology. But I tell you, I had to memorize that damn manual because they quizzed me on it.
Oh, they didn't let us.
Oh no,
what
they
kind of
didn't
accent did the dude sound in, and how fast did he say it?
He just very casual. I mean, he didn't sound like he was, anything crazy. I mean, he was on the Mystic.
Oh wow,
very cool. And that was my brush with probably my mouth almost getting me court-martialed.
So, son, how'd you end up in Leavenworth again?
And as a result of that, I got stuck with extra weekend duty for a while, and I was the battalion driver just a few weeks after that. And it was just an open Humvee that I would work all weekend as the battalion driver, and some lieutenant or functionary would come out and go, "Take me to payroll," and I'd drive them over there. That kind of crap. Well, mid-afternoon, the rest of my unit's out in the field. They're out at a bivouac site, and I got stuck in there pulling driver duty, which was fine with me. I didn't want to sleep on the ground anyway. But I'm sitting there just bored, reading a magazine, nothing going on. And out comes Colonel Pellis, our battalion commander, in full dress uniform. He's like, take me out to the bivouac site. I'm like, yes, sir. He hops in the passenger side. I hop in the driver's side. We head off. Lo and behold, I don't know if you guys are familiar with military etiquette, but you cannot, under any circumstances, pass a convoy. They will not do it. And the convoy was being led by a couple of tanks, the old 60s, and they were just tracking along. Just so we're at the back of this convoy, like, whew, and he keeps looking at his watch. He's like, I got a dinner date. Do you know a shortcut? I'm like, I do, but you may not like it, sir. He's like, I don't give a damn. Take it. And it was trails, and they were tank berms. So I go shooting down these trails trying to get around this convoy, and I've got to go way out in the bush. Yeah, we're hopping over stuff. And he goes, step on it, God damn it. I got a dinner date. So I'm giving this thing hell. We're like getting air going over these things.
It's your chiropractor, Bill, not mine.
I pop over this hill, and as we clear and we're starting to come down the other side, what do I see? A pond. And he's in dress uniform, and we're in an open-sided Humvee. No top, no doors, no nothing. Boom! This wave of water goes over us like 10 feet in the air. We plow out the other side, and I look over, and he is just drenched from head to toe. Mud dripping off over him, and I stop. And of course, I'm dirty too, but I don't care. I was just in duty uniform, just BDUs. And I look over at him, and he kind of cocks his head and looks at me, and he's got shit dripping off his face. And he goes, did you know that was there? I'm like, no, sir, I had no idea it was there. He's like, carry on, go. We drive to the bivouac site. He gets out of the Humvee, gets out, straightens his uniform jacket like he's at a dinner party, covered in mud, and walks over, relays the information he needs to the captain, turns around, gets back in the Humvee. He goes, go back the same way. Thank God I got a spare uniform in my office. He was cool as hell.
Was this where the scene in the opening scene for Murdoch and Wild Hunt come from?
Oh, when
Mandolin, excuse me,
when Margolin takes off.
Margolin.
Yeah, more or less. Why did that moron try to kill us?
See, everybody always assumes that DA is being portrayed as Clark. It's really Margolin.
I'm more of a Margolin, really.
Embrace the suck.
Fortunately, I never had to do push-ups for that, but I did a lot of push-ups because of my smart mouth. Can't tell it to look at me now. I'm a fat boy now, but back at age 18, I could do push-ups all afternoon because I generally did.
Yeah, those were the days.
Yeah.
I remember right after I got out of the military, I used to be able to do vertical push-ups up against the wall.
Mm-hmm. I used to do elevated diamonds all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was a lean, mean, sarcastic machine.
Now when I bend over and pick up a pen, I feel like I'm going to blow an O-ring.
Good God. Good God.
Hey.
Just as long as Roger's not standing too close to you. If you blow an O-ring, make sure it's yours.
Cracks the doom will get you.
Well, you've had Steve up there. He's been in gastro. He can help you out.
Oh, Lord.
Gentlemen.
It's okay if you pull a groin muscle. Just make sure it's your own.
Yeah, I've already done that. Yeah, I did that at 17. Damn. That was a bummer. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for the company. I want to thank you for accepting me today. I've got to go. My first appointment's at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And it doesn't end till...
You have an appointment on Mother's Day?
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you doing your mom's taxes?
No.
He did hers for free.
These are my appointments. Yeah, I've got them.
And Roger, we will always accept you.
Always.
What's coming?
He doesn't know how to take that. I finally reached... I don't know what the fuck he means.
What does he mean by that?
I don't know.
I don't know how to handle it.
I don't know.
Well, boys, we've rapidly approaching the 5-hour mark anyway, so we could probably go ahead and wrap this up. I'm, anybody that's listening to this, it stayed all this time.
There
off to you. God bless you.
there are still quite a few souls. There's my brother. I guess both he and I are going to bail at the same time. Good night, Lewis. And it's Roger. Roger. Jesus Christ, I've only known you for 52 years.
Yeah, we got one on Team DA, one on NDB Media, one on DA Roberts, and another on NDB Media.
It's the diehards that are
and one on Nightmare Hunter.
I love it.
There's Roger. Good night, Roger.
Good night, Roger.
Oh, good God.
Roger Peacock says good night, guys. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and start wrapping up.
Good night, John Boy.
This is went from serious to crazy to maudlin to back to crazy.
Good night, Stiffy.
Good night, Stiffy.
General. Good night, Steve.
Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night, John Boy. Everybody, thank you for tuning in.
Good night, duh.
Yeah. If you want to find any of my books, you can find them all at daroberts.net. Almost forgot my own website there. I will put that up there. There you go. daroberts.net. Or you can find all of my books available on Amazon. Books are all available in print and in Kindle, and some of them are available in audio, and there will be more audio to come. Tune in with us next week. I don't know have a guest picked out yet, but I'm sure I'll have a similar cast of hooligans that we can amuse, and if nothing else, serve as a bad example. And now you all know what subland means.
It means going down on someone that you don't know.
That would be subland.
Oh my goodness, DA. I mean, duh.
Duh. Well, gee, thank you too, Roger.
Well, your initials, they say duh.
Okay. Regelio.
Actually, that looks like
what?
Nothing.
Well,
what is initials? Pronounce the initials.
Yours isn't spelled great either.
You bastards.
I don't even see his. What is it?
Don't worry about it.
He put in the D. Roger got the D.
Roger got the D.
Pam, thank you. Hope everybody else out there has a great Mother's Day.
Happy Mother's Day to everybody.
Yeah. It is, yes. And for all of you, for all your mamas, everyone out there, I hope it's a good Sunday for all of you. And for those that have had our mamas pass away, and our grandmas and everyone, they're still the reason why we're here.
Absolutely.
We miss them. We cherish them. We're thankful for the good ones, for the bad ones. The point is they still brought us into this world.
Absolutely.
They held us for 9.5 months, and no one asked them, and they still did it. So I thank them, and thank everyone else's mama, because we're all brothers from another mother. Yeah. Oh, now my brother's getting really stiffy.
All right, gentlemen, thank you guys for joining us tonight. Thank you for being part of the show. And thank you guys for all the love and support that you guys give us. We are acting like morons on here and serving as a bad example and entertaining, hopefully. If nothing else, at least we can be entertaining. Thank you guys for taking this journey with us on the books and for sharing your visions and your inspiration, and they serve to inspire me. So this is just... It's an effort by all of us. And I've said it many times. It takes everybody. This is a journey we're all taking together. And I'm thrilled to death you're taking it with me. So I hope you guys have a great Mother's Day. And join us Monday on The Nightmare Hunter with Roger Noriega for our guest, MK Davis. And Tuesday night, Roger, have you programmed Tuesday night yet?
Haven't programmed it in the next 2 minutes. No, I guess I should, right? What time? 7 p.m.?
Yeah, same time, same bat time, same bat signal.
You got Jedi Text tomorrow or tonight, rather?
Why? Do you want to play tomorrow?
No, I'm playing our game. I don't know if you're going to be on or not.
If you want to play, I will defer to you because I'm now entering my last week. As a matter of fact, I'll give you the next 2 Sundays. I'm feeling gracious or desperate. I don't know which.
Tuesday night on the Nightmare Hunter, Tuesday Nightmare Hunter in America.
Now, yes.
Our guest will be Sarah Gilbert. She's an author. She writes cookbooks. And she's going to be coming on to tell us about some of the paranormal experiences she's had throughout her life.
I wish I could be on that one.
Well, you can listen. And if you get a minute between trailers, call us. And I want to thank you guys for joining in. Check out all the available shows. We got the guys over at All Tower Media who are just this close to hitting 500 likes. So go over there and give them some love. And I want to thank all of you for the support you've shown the Nightmare Hunter page, the DB Media page, and the DA Roberts page, and just everything you guys do is just awesome. And I appreciate all of you so much. So
absolutely,
happy Mother's Day, and you guys have a great night.
Thank you for joining us tonight on DAX Machina. Follow DA on social media and check out all his work at www.daroberts.net. Good night, and don't forget to lock your doors.